Sorry, everybody. Apparently, we didn't end up with sound. Let's start that over and we'll make sure it's working this time. I apologize.
Hi, I'm Brian Green. I'm the superintendent of Miami County Board of Developmental Disabilities. We've been asked to come talk to you today a little bit about how the Charting a Life Course tools has walked out in Miami County. And I think the best way to really talk about that is to start from the beginning. And probably the best place to start is an invitation that I got for a while back to attend a seminar that Dr. Shelley Reynolds put on back in Cincinnati. It feels like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Maybe it's longer than that. But the exciting thing about that was that I was able to go spend a couple of days as really representing our organization as the superintendent. And then what I found myself is learning about all these wonderful philosophies and tools that the Life Course provided, that I was selfishly thinking about more for my own son. He was going through a transition period in his life, and we were really looking for ways to try to figure out what Josh might have wanted to do later on in life. And so I really left this training that Dr. Reynolds had put on for Southern Ohio and got excited about the tools, came back immediately and started talking about them to a few of our folks here at our organization. One of those was were the people that were running our advocacy groups with our adults. And once we started to really sort of look at those tools, we started taking some of the more simplistic ones that are out there, one of which is the one-page profile that people can fill out. And just starting them with some of the adults and having them walk through what's best ways to support somebody, and what are their likes and what do people like and admire about them, were really fun exercises for those folks. And it started really a movement from the grassroots level up, and that is really the best way, I think, to really start using these tools and the philosophy there. And then it really spread throughout our organization. And what I think you'll hear today is hopefully a chronological account of how these tools and this philosophy both walked out within our county and the individuals that we serve, and through our employees. You'll see that it made it through to some of our, even as we go through our own evaluations, our own planning with our employees, to our planning for our organization with strategic planning. And I hope that what you hear today will enlighten you on how we did that in our county.
Well, several years ago, I was introduced to the Life Course tools through a training that I attended with Barb Safaris. And as the tools were being introduced and we were practicing, walking through what their purpose are and the way they could help individuals in achieving their goals, or even thinking through the process of what are my goals, it really struck me at that time how much we could utilize them back at Miami County with our some of our advocates that I was working really close with. They were also trying to develop a plan with their team. And I know as we sit through ISPs, the team can get really loud sometimes and the conversations can shift. And these tools were something that could help them stay on track. So when I saw these, I was really excited to bring them back and start practicing here in Miami County. We met as a advocacy group monthly, and I thought that was a perfect opportunity to first introduce them. So we casually were just sitting around kind of talking about what it's like to have goals, to look forward to how we were going to create opportunities for those goals of independence to start to come alive. And so we shared the tools and we just walked through them step by step, how to fill them out, what the questions meant, you know, what does it mean to best support me? What does it mean for me to look ahead at a trajectory? You know, when do I want that to happen in my life? And it just started opening doors immediately. I had one specific case that I was kind of like had my attention because she really had beautiful plans and beautiful dreams, and she had a really caring team surrounding her, but a lot of times her voice and her thoughts would get almost shifted in a different direction. So she would, you know, talk to me before a meeting, and this was the thoughts and plans that she had gone into that meeting. And then when the meeting was over and she would come back and share with me, she would sometimes be frustrated because what she really wanted to focus on kind of took a back seat and other things were focused on. So we started really practicing with the tools at that point in time. And she wrote out a beautiful one-page profile, and then she used that as her guide, as her courage, as her, you know, this is what I wanted, this is what I want to talk about, and here's where I want to go. And so when I saw that have such a success, I knew that these tools were something that we could utilize on so many different levels, on so many different topics, from employment to, you know, where are we going to live, to who do I want to live with me, to how do I create friendships and what do I need for a healthy friendship, and relationships, you know, beyond that, with your family, with your neighbors, with your friends. So we decided that the more we practiced it, the more those tools would be effective. So we also then were part of a 7-county regional advocacy group, and we thought, what a perfect time to introduce those to across the, you know, the borders to our other advocates in our other counties. So we hosted a regional advocacy meeting here for the 7 counties. So at that meeting, if I can remember, we probably had like 120 advocates that participated, and then we practiced then. Barb Safaris joined us and she shared the tools and kind of directed everyone on what it would be like to really dive in and share your thoughts and share your plans on these tools, and how that would, you know, be carried forward from with you. You could share it with your SSA, you could share it with your family, you could keep it to yourself and just use it as a guideline. That was kind of our next step with that, is just continuing to practice, continuing to get more efficient in filling them out and understanding what each question meant.
Hi, my name is Maggie Barnett. I work on this with Asher Club, and I work with my SSA on it, and that's why we do that. And then I'm looking forward to get a roommate when I get moved out. It will help me like split the money of things. Yeah, these people always help me, everything. And you help people like, yeah, oh, you find the goals and everything. Yeah, I'm one of independent of myself, and I am my own condiment. Because I will make good choices, and it make people like drain people. I always drain people a lot, and I help people, and then I like spend time with my provider Monique, because we whole like doing crafts and like walk outside and get yeah, she helped me through all the years. She's one of my HPC providers and took me anywhere out of the government, out of
The community?
yeah, in the community, yes. And I am looking for a job. That's why I need a job, because to make money, to save, get a apartment, and everything. And I want that. And then I like doing clubs, like Action Club and Advocacy. That always help my leadership. And yeah, that. And then I don't not like yelling that much, because I get like panic attacks, and I like shaky like that. And a lot of people is bullied at me right now. I do not like that at all. And I use this when I have my meeting, like my ISP meeting. Like my other goal is getting a job. I used to work at Donald's. That's my first job before they got shut down. And once I worked at Bakehouse Bud, but before the COVID hits, and I didn't go back. And then my hero is my dad, because I love him very much, and he's one of my best friends. And I am Dallas Gill, because I like my dad. I have to talk about my hero is.
My name is Stephen Scott Lemon. We were discussing about what I like and dislike. I like to write and do paintings, and because I do paintings for my co-workers, for thanking them for giving me such a good job at Dayton Children's. And also, I also have one hanging at Dayton Children's Hospital. It's in the eye care center. Yeah, it was just donated last year. Well, I do art classes on Mondays. I like to travel. I do like to travel a lot. So far, I have traveled to London, and then Paris. I play mystery computer games and also pirate games. I like to cook and also watch movies. I don't care about sports. Also, I don't like being limited or told what to do and not do. I don't like certain vegetables. Also, have my time being wasted. It is a helpful worksheet. So that way I can understand what I like and don't like. It's my job, yes, it's my job to make them know about me. To all the people, also what I want to say, if you have something, to all the people that are looking at me, if you have something that you like or dislike, please make yourself a worksheet that is like this, and maybe it will help you. To all the people with disabilities all over the nation, that don't give up hope, and also find a good way on how to express yourself, and you will make it out, and you will have a good life.
Well, we had the training from Barb Safaris, and that was amazing. I felt like that was the first time we got introduced to it, and it was just a really neat training from there. And then from there, it went to, let's try to implement it with our individuals, and how do we do that? And then that's when we started to do in the ISP meetings those times. and kind of talking to them, which I love because I don't like the checklist. Let's go over this, let's go over this, let's look over this. I loved the person-centered part of it, loved it. I love having my individuals lead the meeting, take over the meeting. It's all about them. And that tool just allows it to just naturally just happen. We start with it and they just go at it. I mean, they just start writing things down that they want in their life, that makes them happy, just anything. And then from there, we go to the dislikes, and then we talk about those things. And then it's just neat from year to year to watch them grow. Grow from paintings, and then we talk about job and where he wants to go and cooking, and it just grows from there. It's some people, they just start out just real tiny, and then it turns into like a huge wish list of like, because they realize that this is a real tool that can be used. So it's just really neat. And then you can see the things that they don't like are normally things that we don't even think of. So to go off of Stefan, his family's goal was to really get him a job. That was number one, and that was the huge focus for ISP meetings. And then this trajectory came along, and he started writing down his writing, trips, paintings, and it was like, okay guys, this is really what makes his life happy. This is really what fuels him and recharges him. So we have to figure out a way to make these things happen, and also the job part. So we would talk about how, starving artists, we have to have a job, you gotta buy your artwork or your art supplies and stuff like that. So it really just allowed the family to see, like, if we have this art going and he's happy, we can work in the job. And that was really neat with that family to watch that happen. When he got the job, and then like, look, no, he can paint for his coworkers. He can write them letters to thank them. And so we get to combine those two, and the family get to see that, you really do get to kind of have it all. You do get to have your likes and your wants and stuff, and still have to do the stuff that you need to do. So in the beginning, it was, you have to earn their trust. I really feel that that's number one. You've got to get the individual to buy in to, this is not just another piece of paper to write on. You got to get the buy-in from the parents that this is not just another thing that you have to fill out. It's a tool, that's really what it is, to help the whole team realize exactly what the individual wants for their life.
Right.
And then once they start to slowly see that this is not just something else, it's actually a nice tool. I've not had any issues with people not buying in to it, but you do have to show them, and it does take a couple times until they kind of get like, oh, this can be really, really successful. This could be really something that we can grow off of. There's quite a few on my caseload that it's worked pretty well. I mean, I've gotten some that just are like, whatever, just fill it out. But ones that really kind of struggle to express exactly what they want, and are kind of shy, it's absolutely perfect. It just leads the entire conversation, and it just grows off of that. It is just really neat to watch, because I mean, it's also, I feel it also an ownership. It's their paper. Like when we're done, I'm like, do you want a copy of this, because this is yours? The team gets to be a part of it, but they're the ones writing on it. They're the ones drawing on it. They're the ones dictating what goes on it, and they're actually visually seeing that. I do feel that it gives them ownership. I do really feel that does, that piece. But then I think visually it allows the team to see it too, that it's not just the SSA writing it or the guardian writing it, it's actually the individual doing their part in it. I think really just like empowers them. Like, I think it does anybody. If someone sits down and spends time with you and says, okay, I wanna know you. I wanna get to know just you. I don't wanna know all the history. I don't wanna know all of the assessment pieces. I just wanna know you. And I think it just really just empowers them. And I think when people just sit back and they come to the table and they want the best for that individual, I think that tool just brings that all together to watch. Like, even like some people are like, well, they can't write. Well, they can draw. I have individuals that just draw on it, And then, you know, like the guardian or I write arrows to it and show like, this is what this means. This is what that means. Yeah, you literally can. You can do an entire ISP off of that trajectory. I mean, you really can. Because you've got the likes and the dislikes. What do I not want? What do I do want? What do I want to achieve? What do I not want to achieve? I mean, and then conversations just spark off of that, and like really your entire ISP is that piece.
So early intervention started using the life course tools several years ago when Riverside was rolling out some of the pieces with the SSAs and the adult world. Early intervention was invited to a training hosted by Barb Safaris, and several of us went and enjoyed the use of the tools and how many different ways they could be used. So we started as a department using the one-page profile for all of our staff. And we did that so one, we could get to know each other a little better, and two, as individuals were being selected as primary support providers for families, it was a way for the family to get to know that person a little better. I have used them in team meetings when families have come, but maybe that primary wasn't there, so I was able to share that piece of information with the family. Being able to complete the one-page profile for everyone on the early intervention team, and then our wonderful communications department at Riverside put together this beautiful brochure for our department, that allows each family in early intervention to know who their early intervention team is, that it's not just the one person that they see in their home every week, and it's not just their service coordinator. Every primary service provider and every family is supported by an entire team of early intervention staff, and that brochure and that one-page profile helped us put that together to inform our families. So the trajectory is a piece that I've pulled out to use with staff and to use for myself. I use it with staff to help them with their goals for what they want to accomplish that year, or maybe even, you know, in that time span. I use it myself for big projects because it can be very overwhelming when I'm looking at something large, and it helps me break down the steps to that, and also to know at the end of this project what I hope to see versus what I don't want to see, and whether or not I've reached that goal or outcome. Miami County is part of Project Trees, Tools, Resources for Engaging, Empowering, and Supporting Families. And this is our 5th year in that project, and we are conducting a micro trial using the trajectory. And we will be using the trajectory for every family in transition. So at their transition home visit, we'll use a trajectory with the family so that we can have a better understanding, and we can have that conversation, a guided conversation with them about what they want for their child when their child turns 3 and leaves early intervention, what they want it to look like, what they don't want it to look like, and we can kind of map out those steps. And if the child is eligible for Part B services, preschool services, and wants an SSA or 3 to 5 SSA, that document can transition to that SSA with the parent's consent. If the family is not eligible for preschool services or doesn't want to go through preschool, maybe they have something that, you know, oh, I'm gonna wait until he's 4. Well, on that trajectory, we can map out when those steps need to take place, and some phone numbers and people to contact, so that that family has the information they need on one piece of paper to look back to.
Hi, my name is Becky Snell. I'm the Quality and Innovations Director here at Riverside, and I first came across the one-page profile portion of the Charting the Life course, and I was watching an SSA have a meeting with an individual that we serve, and I saw how excited the individual was getting to talk about themselves in a way that people don't normally ask our folks. And so I kind of had a light bulb go off in thinking about how I could use it for my team. It's really been able to allow me to have my servant leadership skills go to the next level, because we get to dig a little bit deeper into how I could support them, which isn't necessarily a part of a normal conversation that you have with somebody that you supervise. So it was really enlightening to be able to sit down with my folks and ask them, what do people like and admire about you? Because a lot of times when you're in a review situation with your supervisor, we're not talking about things that people like and admire about you. You know, we're having tough discussions and talking about some negative things. So it really turned that discussion around. It really turned that dynamic around for me and for the people on my team. And really, it was just fun to talk about what people like and admire about them. And then sometimes people are really shy and have a hard time saying that. So it was actually a really good opportunity for me to talk about things that I like and admire about them as well. And so that portion helped break the ice, and then we move into what's important to them. And again, that was really enlightening for me. A lot of people have different things that are important to them, whether it's family or other things that they're involved in with their life. And so it brought a different dynamic to their personality for me to get to know them a little bit better. My favorite part of the one-page profile is the how to best support me section. And that is really where I get a lot of my meat and potatoes for how I work with the individuals that I serve, because it really breaks down for me what I can do, where I can meet them where they are and work. And we even go into things like, do you like written material versus me speaking, directions or something like that to you. So we get into good conversations about what I can do to help best support them. I think the what people like and admire about me piece really has been very powerful for a lot of our staff who definitely work in the wings, and their work isn't always recognized. And so it's been really cool to have those conversations with them and talk to them about not only about fellow employees, what they like and admire about them or me as a supervisor, but the individuals that they serve. What do we hear? What feedback do we get when they're working with those families or those individuals? And they get really excited, and I think it helps empower them a little bit more to know that they are making a difference. One of the things that we talk a little bit about with our relationships with our family is sort of those love languages, and how do I best receive praise, or how do I best receive a thank you. Some people really do need verbal thank yous, and I forget to do that a lot. And so when we're talking about how to best support me, having a conversation with them about, when you do something good, how do you like to be recognized? And so that has really, this tool has really helped me identify that for those individuals, so that I can remember there are certain folks on my team who really do actually need a verbal thank you, or you're doing a great job, or keep going from me, which is something that is hard to do as a leader. Sometimes you just kind of move on to the next thing. So this has really helped me pause and be able to recognize them and thank them for their work.
Several years ago, we all attended the trainings and learned about the life course tools, decided we wanted to bring them back and start to implement them here in Miami County. And really the focus was to use them for the individuals served and help to guide and navigate conversations and really get the voice of the individuals on paper and in motion in their lives. And as we started to see how successful they were, I started to wonder, these are such universal, helpful tools to really guide conversations. Why can't we use them in other capacities? So I know for our team, we had just gone through a restructuring process at Riverside. I had some new members of my team. We were trying to figure out, how are we gonna, go about doing some of the things we had done before in this new way? And I thought, let's think about using the trajectory to help us get that on paper in a very simple way. We had new members of our team. We were trying to figure out how we were gonna take the recreation department and some of our work in the employment area and blend it in with the advocacy world that we also had up and running at the time, and really figure out how those things connected and what did they have in common and how did those things connect to our mission statement. And so when we broke it down, everyone on our team could do something to contribute to helping people make friends, to gain independence, and to be included in their community. And we knew there were things that we had seen in the past and in the current situation that we wanted to see sunset. We didn't want people to feel lonely. We didn't want them to be segregated. We didn't want them to be dependent upon others for everything that they did. So we took the trajectory, and this is my old version that we've been using for 5+ years. And we've got those things written down here. This has been hanging on the wall in my office for that entire time. And really what we do is just every time we think about a project and what we're doing, we dial it back to say, does it contribute to these 3 things? And if it contributes to these things down here, we know that we've got to change something about how we're doing that to make sure it doesn't continue to do that. So it's been a very, very helpful tool in my department. And again, this has been the exact same thing that we've used for 5 years. We haven't changed a thing about it. And it just keeps us focused on what it is that we're trying to achieve every day.
Life Course became a part of our HR program because we started having conversations related to our strategic plan and our career development and what that would look like. And Brian Green, our superintendent, felt really strongly that any tool we wanted to use with the individuals and families in our program should be a tool that we would want to use with our own employees. And so twofold for me. I had the privilege of being able to facilitate our strategic plan. And as we began discussions, it led to wanting to use the Life Course tools. And so we created the Life Course tool for our strategic plan to be the integrated star. And we looked at the activities and programs and goals that we set for the organization and thought about how we could use this tool in that way. And so for us, our integrated star, we use person-centered focus, relationships, excellence and sustainability, inclusion and innovation. And we looked at the activities that we were using as our goals and applied them into this module or into this tool so that we could visually represent the work that we're doing in a way that was easy and user-friendly. And when you think about our stakeholders, like our individuals and families, something they were familiar with. And so for us, that was really important. The other way in which we decided to use the Life Course tools was with our career development program. So for us, it was very important to pour into our employees. So we are trying to attract great talent, we're trying to retain good talent, we're trying to develop our employees because they're such a valuable part of how we execute the work that we're doing. And so with that, we decided to use the Life Course portfolio. And so that's a 2-part. And so as part of career exploration and career interests, what does our employee want to do with their career while they're a part of our organization? We start talking to them about, you know, what people admire about me and have them self-reflect. We also then, as a supervisor, then give feedback. And then we take a look at what's important to me and how to best support me. So as a supervisor, if I'm sitting and having that conversation with our employees, we're really talking about how best do I support you in being your best version? And what does that look like for you so that we're able to customize and individualize that to each employee. The next part of that is the career trajectory. So part of the career interest exploration is employees really taking a look at what they want for their career and for us to take a look at how we best support it. And so in that way, we talk about what is a vision of a good career and what are things that we don't want in our career. And we document that and we explore it, and it's not a one-time activity. So when we do check-ins, when we're doing a career development plan, we're continuing to go back and say, does this align with what you say that you want? And as you've learned more about the organization and been a part of it longer, has that changed? And you want to redefine that because it's a fluid process. And in the same way, it reflects what we're doing with the individuals that we serve and their families when they're thinking about what their best life looks like and what they want for their children, we're doing the same thing with our employees. And it's to me a beautiful process and tool that works for all of them. And so for me, a valuable tool is part of our whole encompassing career development programming and talent development.
Well, I hope today that you had a wonderful experience listening to many of the people here in Miami County that have been instrumental in making the Charting a Life course tools work for our organization. It has been quite a journey. It wasn't, as you many have probably heard through some of the presentations, maybe it wasn't as easy to begin. And I think one of the things that we had going for us right from the get-go was that we really had a commitment from the top down in the organization and from the bottom up. We started with the people that we serve and put tools in front of them, and those tools really worked their way through very important meetings. As hopefully you heard today, that when the people that we serve use the tools that we give them, and they're in a driver's seat with that, and they kind of know what they want, and they can then go to their boss or go to meetings or go to any part of their life and know how to best support themselves or how to best interact with other folks. That just enriches their entire life altogether. And I can speak just to my own personal situation, sitting in, not only as a superintendent, but as a parent of somebody served by our program, experience in the Charting Our Life course tools. My wife and I have attended ISP meetings where we would talk about some just problem-solving things that show up in those meetings, and to see our SSA pull out some of the tools, like the one that comes to mind is using the trajectory map and writing things that are heading Josh, my son, down the path he may not want to do, and what are some things that we can do and put in his plan to make him go in the direction that he would want. Those are just invaluable, and just in those informal moments. And it might seem like, if you're listening to this outside, that this is another added thing that you have to do as an SSA or our case management in Ohio. It's just another thing on my plate. But it really ended up turning out to be something that just complemented our already existing processes that we had, and it made it so that we just listen better to the people that we serve. And I've experienced that just as a customer of our services, as a parent, and it's really neat. One of the stories that kind of really is funny to me is my son was attending one of our meetings with our activities group, and at the time our recreation and now our community connections group. And one of the staff member or the employees that was working through that was sitting him down, and he was doing it was the trajectory map, I think. Yeah. So he was putting things down on the one window of what Josh wants, what are the things that are really cool for him in his life, and then on the other side of that is what he doesn't like. And they were kind of working this through, and Josh, if you know him, he doesn't he can say one word phrases, and he's not I guess he would be classified as a nonverbal person with autism, but he does form some sentences and requests, and so I was never really optimistic that he would write anything down himself on there. But in the box on the bottom, things he didn't like, he wrote down pepper. And it just when Krista, who had worked through these tools with Josh, had shown that to us, I just had to laugh, because I had been putting pepper on all of his food all his life. And here, that was one thing that he didn't want on there. So I've been a little bit more conscious of doing that in any meals that we prepare for him moving forward. But it's sometimes just the little gems and nuggets that kind of come out of it. It doesn't have to be revolutionary. It could be just something that needs to be communicated. And the tools and the philosophy that go with the tools are just something I think that we can all use within our own lives. I constantly look at them and think, I probably need to kind of determine, am I on path, or am I refocusing my life on things that I need to work on too. So we find that and hopefully you heard today, as we've gone through all of our presentations, that we have incorporated the tools through our philosophy for our organization. We've implemented those with our employees, with our way we even manage and listen. I think we're better listeners to our employees and our own team members, just because I think we're in that frame of mind of just practicing using those tools. And I think you hopefully heard today that we built the sort of an infrastructure in our plan, our long-term strategic planning, based off of the integrated support star that's there. And if we're going to use the tools with the people that we serve and try to do a better job listening, then I think our leadership team here said, boy, wouldn't it be prudent, or wouldn't it be important to us to be able to have an infrastructure built around those tools, so that we're focusing our entire organization plan towards what we set our priorities are for the people that we serve. So hopefully, when Stacy talked about that today, that you were able to hear some of that too. So and again, thank you for inviting all of us to speak today and just kind of give you a quick picture of what's going on. It's hard to do it in just 45 minutes to 1 hour. But hopefully you were able to get a little bit of a glimpse as to maybe some of the challenges that we had implementing the philosophy and tools, all the way through some of the really good rewards and successes that we've had in Miami County. And hopefully we've been able to clearly communicate that this is definitely something that we think was a great direction for our organization, and it is a very good value-added philosophy and tool to help us do our jobs better.
So, Brian and your team, I just want to thank you for such an exciting and energizing presentation. And this is Barb Seferis. I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself for the interpreters. I really appreciate that you presented this as a team and that you really showed the multi-levels of integrating Charting the Life course into your agency, how you use it to empower people receiving services, the families, the staff, and the whole agency. And I've got to believe that it's also impacted your community. So thank you. And I love that you've emphasized the importance of this is a journey, and all of you stressed that it was an ongoing process and that you had support to move forward. We have a couple of questions in the Q&A, so I'm just gonna ask whoever wants to jump in. We have a couple of minutes. Did you talk to a guardian before you presented this to the person that they care for, so that you could get buy-in from them?
That's a good question. I wonder if we have two different groups, maybe start with early intervention and then maybe talk about our case management for SSA.
Good morning. For early intervention, as we launch our micro trial with Project Trees, every family will be offered the trajectory, but with everything, it is their right to accept or decline.
Awesome.
We're hoping more accept, because I think it's really going to show some great things for them and their children.
Great. We can't wait to hear how that micro pilot goes. With adults, have you gone to the guardian first, or?
Jessica, do you want to talk a little bit about how the SSA works that process?
Yeah, I was waiting to see if Rebecca was going to jump in. She's an SSA in Miami County. So, we fight over talking about the life course tools because it has been so great for us. The SSAs use multiple different ways. There's no one way. I think it's based on the team, and I think it's based on what the individual's preference is. Yes, the guardians a lot of times have separate conversations because I think they want to deeply understand what the individual is being presented. And I know Krista, if she's on here, she might have the same experience, that when you start to talk to an individual that we serve about the life course tools, the guardians they perk up and they want to know what's going on. So it does require some further discussion to not only to get buy-in, but just to further explain it so they can really understand what we're trying to capture and what the discussions will be moving forward. And then over time, they continue to see the tools. So they continue to have the discussions, and they become more and more just used to seeing it and knowing that when the SSA comes out to have a conversation, or they come out in their meeting, or they're talking or visiting, that they're going to have life course tools in that, present in that discussion.
Awesome. Thank you. And I don't see Krista, but I also want to just share with you that Krista's phrase of paper power, paper courage, which she shared 4 or 5 years ago, has even been used by the Nexus, the national team. I was just on a call and Jane St. John said, paper courage, we've heard it's paper courage. So it's a great legacy. Thank you. And then we have another question quickly. When advocates are creating their trajectory, how do you start? How do you adapt? Do you start with what they don't want? And I know you talked about it being a conversation, but if you can address that.
I can share. I definitely would say we start with what you want in your life, because I like to start more of a positive, kind of like, what do you want in your life? And in the beginning, of course, you get like blank stares when you first start it. But then you just start leading, well, I know you really like Saved by the Bell. Is that something good you want in your life? And then you just start slow and you can just build off of that. But I don't usually use myself. I know that was in the question. I really try to just stay focused on the individual and then just slowly build off of the things I already know that they like, and then just kind of keep going.
Thank you. Thank you all so much, Rebecca. I love that you say that sometimes we have to provide information we've heard before because people may not realize it. I thank you all. Thank you so much. It was a phenomenal, very powerful presentation, and thanks for being with us. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me on this session on empowering and supporting families to use Charting the Life course and person-centered thinking. I'm sure many of you have heard about Charting the Life course. Maybe you've attended some trainings, but I really want to focus on how do we empower people and families to use Charting the Life course. My name is Barb Safaris. I'm an Ohio ambassador for Charting the Life course, and I work with the Nysonger Center at The Ohio State University. I'm also a Charting the Life course Nexus team member for the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and a mentor trainer for the Learning Community for Person-Centered Practices. I've worked in the IDD field for over 45 years in the Cleveland, Ohio area. I started out in my paid roles. I started out as a direct support professional. My training is as a speech language pathologist, but I also worked as an SSA and in a variety of other roles. Probably my most important role is having been Jim and Nick's big sister. So my brother Nick was diagnosed with a developmental disability when he was 6 months old, and I was 4 and just gonna start kindergarten. And my brother Jim was in an accident in his 30s that affected his ability to earn a living and get through his day. So Nick had a developmental disability. He was not eligible for county board services until he was well into his 20s. And Jim was never eligible for any kind of system supports. So today I'm going to quickly go through some of the Charting the Life course resources. And I'm going to talk about how families and people with disabilities can use them to envision a good life, advocate and plan. In other words, to exercise their civil right of self-determination. But I'm also going to share how professionals can support and empower people with disabilities and families. Charting the Life course framework, resources, and tools were developed by and for people with disabilities and their families. And quite frankly, it's the only person-centered approach that I know of that was developed by and for people with disabilities and families. Ohio is part of a national community of practice, which means that we get to learn from people all over the United States how they're using Charting the Life course to support and empower families in all service systems, early intervention, school, transition, aging, intellectual and developmental disabilities, mental health, juvenile justice, adult justice, just every possible support system that you can think of. In Ohio, our vision or our trajectory is we want people and families to use Charting the Life course to identify their good life and help identify supports. We want professionals to use that information to support the person and the family. What we don't want is that people see Charting the Life course as colorful forms, nice icons, visual representations, and the information is not valued, and the information gathered is not from the perspective of the person and the family. So the core concept is that all people and their families have the right to live, love, work, play, learn, and pursue their life aspirations in the community. We want to see everyone have a good life. For individual people, we want them to have the civil right of self-determination. We want them to be interdependent because none of us is independent. We want them to feel productive and included in their community life. For families, we want them to feel supported in ways that recognize their strengths, their capacities, their resilience, and that it is built on and supported so that they can support the people they love. In person-centered thinking, which all service systems must be person-centered, we want to see people have positive control over their life that they want. We want people to be valued and recognized for their contributions to their communities. And we want people to be supported in a web of relationships, both paid and unpaid, in their communities. In other words, we want people to get better lives, not just better paper. So regardless of what age level, what ability of people you work with, if you are providing service coordination, that means that you are charged with assessing a need for services, with planning, developing a plan, reviewing the plan, and updating the plan, whether it is an IFSP, Individual Family Service Plan, an IEP, Individual Educational Plan, a transition plan, an ISP, Individual Support Service Plan. Regardless of what system, you need to plan. You also need to have good, effective, and efficient communication skills, and identify and locate services and supports, and provide some ongoing coordination. So the overall outcomes, if we look at Charting the Life course, person-centered thinking, Medicaid guidance, because Medicaid funds a lot of the services, and rule in Ohio, we know that the overall outcomes is that we support people and families. And that means we take care of them, we help them, that we empower people and families. And that means we give them tools and resources so that they can increase their control and power over their life. In other words, they have self-determination. And that people are seen as valued members of their communities. So we see people as human beings, not as people with disability and needs and deficits. And that everybody has a life they value. So we want to see quality of life across all of life domains. I want to remind you that I'm not talking about the planning meeting. This is not stuff that happens in the planning meeting. This is the process. The meeting is an activity. These overall outcomes occur as part of your process of meeting with families, developing trust, getting information, identifying what their vision is. So think about it. It's not the meeting, it's the process. We also know that in Ohio, there is no rule and no Medicaid guidance that says that people have to have an ISP meeting. That is a procedure. So all of this information, all of these outcomes should be worked on outside of that meeting, and that meeting is the culmination of all of these efforts. So charting the life course is really about having different conversations. It's about a different way of thinking. We encourage people to have high expectations and express them. And we know the importance of having experiences to move towards that life that people want. And we want to see people getting support in a variety of ways, not just through the service system. Charting the Life course is not just about tools, it's not a program, and it's for anyone, regardless of age or ability. So I've seen people use Charting the Life course with infants and with people in their 90s who could not speak. And as with any person-centered approach, we get the information from the person through their words and their actions, from people who know them well, and that could be family, it could be staff. In Charting the Life course, we have 8 guiding principles, so it's for everyone, doesn't matter. We recognize the importance of family systems and cycles, that the person lives in the context of a family, and that what happens in that family impacts everyone, and that as the family moves through cycles, perhaps their need for support or their vision of a good life may change. We know the importance of looking at our life stages and having a trajectory towards a good life across all the life stages, from prenatal and infancy all the way up to aging. And the importance of having outcomes and related experiences. How do we know what we want in our life? How do we know what we don't want if we haven't had experiences and opportunities? We talk about life in 6 life domains. They are not skill areas, but they're what we talk about when we talk about a good life. And we talk about supporting family in 3 buckets of supports. And I'll review that in a little bit. We want to focus on supporting people in an integrated support model, not just through the service system. And we also emphasize the importance of having people and families involved in every conversation, decision-making about a change of process, procedures at the local level, at the school level, the county board level, the agency level, but also being able to impact state legislation and also federal legislation. So we focus on the person with the disability, but we focus on the person in the context of their family, because we believe family engagement is a part of that holistic approach to being person-centered. And we need to recognize that this person is supported in the context of their family and in their community. Family is defined by the person. It could be biological, it could be chosen. And people choose who is in their family. It is not dependent on distance, where the person lives, and it definitely is not determined by whether people attend meetings. So we talk about 3 buckets of support. So let's see how we can think, as I talk about these 3 buckets, think about how you can empower people. So on the far left, people and families have told us that they need information. How do I get through my day? What do I need to know? How do I deal with this diagnosis? What do I need to know? On the far right is goods and services. So what's out there to help us move towards the life we want? Not only what's available through publicly funded supports, but what's available to everyone in the community. And then the third bucket in the middle is connecting and networking. Families and people have told us they want to be able to connect to other people who have a similar lived experience. So how do we help families connect with each other? We know that there are lots of groups out there and virtual groups that are focused on a disability. So autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy. But we also know that the Department of DD in Ohio has opportunities for families to connect with other families in Ohio so they can ask them questions. And I have the website on the bottom of the slide, but all you have to do is go to the DODD website and look at the tab that says families, click on that, and it gives directions on how you can connect and stay connected with others. So how are we helping people stay connected? I want to share real quick overview of some of the most commonly used resources and tools in charting the life course. And probably the most commonly used that we have shared with people with lived experience, with families, and with professionals. And I mean professionals in mental health, in education, in the medical profession, in the DD field, all across service systems, is the portfolio. You can find all the resources on lifecoursetools.com. And if you go to Life Course Library, you see that there is a drop-down menu and there are foundational tools. If you click on foundational tools, you'll see resources that help you gather information from the person, but also there are tools and resources that you can use to get information from the family perspective. And we also have a section of tools and resources in Spanish. So please check out the website. Please take time to check all the drop downs, check the resources. There are lots of resources there to help you on your journey to become more proficient in using Charting the Life course. So the first tool on the portfolio is the one-page person-centered description. Just a quick reminder, if you are using an older version, it is probably called the one-page person-centered profile. I encourage you to no longer use that. We received feedback at the University of Missouri, Kansas City about the term profile and the negative connotations that families and people with lived experience feel that it conveys. And so we are calling it the one-page person-centered description. The importance of the one-page person-centered description is if we want people to be seen as valued members of their community and be supported by the community and part of their community, then we need to stop talking about them as people with deficiencies, deficits, needs, and we need to start talking about them as human beings with gifts and qualities. We also need to flip our conversation about talking about needs, they can't, they won't, to supports, what others can do to support them to get through their day. So we have 3 sections: what people like and admire, what's important to me, and how to best support me. We like the one-page person-centered description because everyone will read one page. We encourage you to write the information using bullets and not prose, single-spaced prose, because people will look at something that's quick, easy to read, much easier to read than a plan that could be anywhere from 8 to 80 pages. I strongly encourage you to use a Word doc and to include a photo, because when you include a photo, you talk about who the person is. People see a human being, not just words. So if we look at like and admire, what we want to focus on are the qualities the person has. Who is this person? Not what do they do? I've listed qualities. You can Google human qualities and you'll get a wonderful list. Your role may be to help people identify their qualities, because most people with lived experience only self-identify that they are nice. And so we may have to help people and families identify the qualities based on our relationship and what we know about people. Under important 2, in person-centered thinking, we talk about 8 areas of important 2, and they are listed. Consider the relationships. So who is important in that person's life? Don't just list family and friends, but who, name, relationship, rituals and routines, things to do, rhythm and pace, status and control, things to have, purpose and meaning, culture and identity. Sometimes people also consider the life domains, which we'll talk about, I'll share in a couple of slides, or you can use the WH questions. And then how to best support me is we want to shift from needs and deficits, what people can't do, to what other people need to do to support them. What accommodations might be needed? How can people support? So here are some examples. You know, one mother of a 10-year-old, remind me to wear headphones in a noisy place. That is clear. Anybody reading it knows what they need to do. Don't tell me what to do, give me at least 2 choices. So I include the 1-page person-centered description for my brother to make some points. First of all, it doesn't say Nick Safaris, it says Nick the Greek, because that's the way he liked to be called. I used quotes under how to best support. Please only use the pronoun I if the person said it and put it in quotes, or else you are committing libel. Under it, great things about Nick, you know, some of his qualities. Under important 2, I tried to include information about relationships, things to do, places to go, status and control, culture and identity, and what else? I think that, and rhythm and pace. That's right, rhythm and pace. So when you're writing a 1-page person-centered description or having a conversation and helping people think about this and start developing a 1-page person-centered description, think about those areas. Am I capturing information? Am I helping the family or the person identify things? Whenever we develop a 1-page person-centered description, we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose? Who's going to read it, and what do they need to know? Because otherwise it's just another piece of paper and it won't get used. So remember that you always develop the 1-page person-centered description with the person. This is not something you develop and give to them. I strongly suggest you use a Word doc because people like to put personal things on it, icons, symbols, maybe mascots. People will put things like a NASCAR of their favorite racer, a sports team mascot, perhaps something from a TV show or a movie series that they like. Keep it simple. I tell families, keep multiple copies, make sure one is easily seen in a plastic sheet protector. Families have told me they put it on the refrigerator, they've put it by the front door. One young woman who receives support says she put it in a frame, and when staff come to help her, if they're new to helping her, she tells them, don't talk to me till you read my 1-page description. And remember, it's information so that whoever is providing care, and I use caregiver in a global sense, knows what to do to make sure that person has a good day. During this past year, we have seen the importance for families and providers and others to make sure there's a person-centered description for hospitalization. Because what happens if they're hospitalized? What happens if I can't go? What happens if I can't be there the whole time? And I emphasize, make several copies, put one above the bed in the hospital room, and focus on what's needed in that hospital setting for comfort, safety, and respect. And have it present whether you are there or not. So under important two, like and admire is going to be the same, but important two for hospitalization. What does anybody walking in that room need to know? Tell me what's happening. Introduce yourself. Make sure they're watching a certain channel. Make sure they have their cell phone close to them. How to best support. Maybe you have to show them how to use the call button, how to position them, what to do if they're anxious, how to best give the medication, explain what you're doing, who to contact if they want to talk over something, and how they express pain. So again, here's one for my brother. Under important two, it's a little different now. Tell me who you are and what you're doing. I need to chat with my sister every day and talk over decisions. Here's her phone number. Our Greek Orthodox religion, because he wanted to see the priest or chaplain. And how to best support, how to feed him. Use a spoon. I can hear and understand you. Don't yell. Ask me yes, no questions. I can nod or move my eyebrows. How to position him in bed. We learned that the hard way. They wanted him to be on his back like you see most people in hospitals, but that caused severe pain and bed sores. So we learned, not the first hospitalization, but we learned. We've got to tell them, make sure they put you on your stomach. So the one-page person-centered descriptions can be used generally, can be used for any life transition, healthcare appointments, to onboard new staff when they have new staff or go to a new program, to extended family, to give them information about who is this person. Some people have written them for their employer or as part of their resume. Some people have written them when they're interviewing roommates, meeting potential roommates. Here's a little bit about me. And people like one-page person-centered descriptions because the information is there and they don't have to think about it. And families have said, this is the only piece of paper about my loved one that's all positive and isn't negative. So we want one-page person-centered descriptions to be human-centric, to talk about who the person is, their qualities. It's done for a purpose, so somebody can have several one-page person-centered descriptions. That you do use a photograph. It's developed by the person and family and those who know them best. And professionals can facilitate the conversation and help people think about the areas. It's not a demographic list. It's not a list of services, and it's not disability-centric. So what can we do? How do we empower families? So families and people with lived experience, in order to exercise your right of self-determination, one of the things is connect with others virtually. You get great support virtually and information. I'm part of a closed Facebook page on Facebook for adults who have brothers and sisters with any disability. And there are about 5,000 people from all over the world on that Facebook page. It is so supportive because what people say is, I don't have to explain everything. People here get it, and I can get support and I won't be judged. So connect with others. Also consider developing one-page person-centered descriptions for specific purposes. Maybe if, going to school, changing schools, going to daycare, going to camp, maybe for hospitalization. Professionals, what can you do to empower and support people? Well, I hope you share websites from the department so that families can connect with each other. I hope that you inform and guide people and families on how and when to develop one-page person-centered descriptions. When you're having conversations with people, I hope you record that information that you've learned on the one-page person-centered description and said to people, hey, I've listened to what you've shared. I've written it down on this template for a one-page person-centered description. I'm going to give it to you. Let me tell you a little bit about how you can use a one-page person-centered description. Give them the information that you've recorded and learned. And please, please, please do not just send the paper. As families, we have received so much paper that if you send one more sheet of paper, it will either get filed in the garbage or in a file and not looked at. But explain, why are you sharing this? Why do you think it might be helpful? Have a conversation with the person or the family and make sure you give that paper to them. If you've taken notes, give it to them. It belongs to them. In other words, provide guided support. Families really, really like the one-page person-centered description, and so do people with lived experience. They feel that it's an opportunity for them to put things on paper and have it ready so they don't have to think about things off the top of their head, and they can share the paper with others as they choose. So we talk about a good life. So what is a good life? A good life for anybody is that we have dreams. A good life is that people believe in us. A good life is that we have what's important to us. A good life is that we have more good days than bad, that we do feel healthy and safe in our own definition, and that we have control. So when I think about reflecting on Nick's life and thinking about, did he have a good life? Did he have what was important to him? Yes, I believe he did. Did he have dreams? Well, some of you have heard my stories. Nick wanted to drive. There's a picture on the top. Nick wanted to go to Disney by himself, not with other people with disabilities. His team supported him and us as a family for about 3 years to do that, to plan that trip. And so there he is at the airport on the far right. Did people believe in him? Yes, I will admit sometimes I did not. And Jim, my brother Jim did, our brother Jim. So, you know, that changed over time and with different experiences. Did he have more good days than bad? I hope so. Was he respected and valued? Absolutely. Did he feel healthy and safe? Yes. And did he have control over decisions affecting his life? Absolutely. We used supported decision-making before it was called supported decision-making. And when he learned he was dying, I made sure that everyone shared with him all of the possibilities, not just the information they wanted him to know so that he would agree with whatever they were suggesting. But I don't know how many times I said, give him the rest of the information, give him the rest, tell him everything, because I wanted him to be in control. So I love this picture of Chris Nikich, and some of you may be familiar with Chris, but what I love is that his family told him, his parents told him to write down his dreams. So you see him writing on a whiteboard his dreams in his own words, to buy his own car, buy his own house, get a smoking hot blonde wife from Minnesota, have money to take care of his family, and be a famous public speaker. Chris is the first person with Down syndrome to successfully complete the Ironman competition, which he did in November of 2020. What's so powerful to me is that his parents encouraged him to write down his dreams. And why is that so powerful? Because we know that we can set goals for ourselves, but when we write them down and we review them and we can see them, they become more real and we are more apt to work towards them. So how do we help people capture that information of their dream, their vision of a good life? And the tool that we use is a trajectory. This is a trajectory. Sometimes we call it a simple trajectory. It's a trajectory to explore what is that good life. So on the far right, you see a box that says vision for a good life and vision of what I want to avoid. We want to ask people, what do you want? What do you want to avoid? Sometimes for families and for people with lived experience, it is easier to identify what they don't want. But we also know that it is very important for people to have hopes, expectations, and a vision across the life stages. So we know that families had a vision for that unborn child, and we want to help families return to what is their vision, not what are their therapeutic goals or programs. So what is that vision you wanted? And when I've asked families of young children, I've heard things like to have friends, to be included, to be loved by others, to do something they love. And so we need to help people identify their vision and not the program goals or the services. This is Ben's good life vision. So you see the theme areas in the top bubble, which is what he wants. You see on the bottom bubble what he wants to avoid. And there are two arrows. The one solid black arrow goes straight up to what do you want. The blue, you see that as he's moving up towards the life he wants, sometimes we take a detour down towards what we don't want. And then our role is to help people get back on track to what they want. So quite honestly, we all experienced a detour about 13 months ago with the pandemic. Everything we thought was going to be a great life got changed in a heartbeat. And some of us went down towards what we don't want, and we had to work to get back up towards what we do want. We also have an expanded trajectory, and this is not only looking at Ben, what he wants, what he doesn't want, but we also recognize the importance of past experiences and opportunities. So what happened in his life that is helping him get to the life he wants? What happened in his life that started taking him down towards what he doesn't want? And then in the middle, what needs to happen next so that he continues on that path towards what he wants? And on the bottom, what do we want to avoid so he doesn't go down towards the life that he doesn't want? The trajectory helps people have a conversation about personal outcomes. The trajectory is not a team tool, so it should never be done in a meeting. Not an IFSP meeting, not an IEP meeting, not a transition meeting, not a multi-system team meeting, not an ISP team meeting. When people identify their trajectory, it takes thought, it takes time, and it takes trust. We want people to feel comfortable to think about that good life without worrying about what are the other people around the table going to say, because it is their trajectory, not the team's trajectory. Others can provide input and they can fill out a trajectory from their perspective. So I've worked with families where mom will write a trajectory and it's mom's trajectory for her son. In that same family, dad did a dad's trajectory for his son. And then the son, who was in his mid-20s, did his own trajectory. And that's okay. Staff can do a trajectory, but then it's the staff's trajectory for the person. It is not the person's trajectory. We don't want to lose the person's voice, and we want to be very clear about where the information came from. The beauty of getting a trajectory and having other people share their perspective is that it helps identify the common areas. Having a trajectory also helps the team stay on track, and families can share that trajectory with people that help them. In EI staff, families with young children say they want to develop a trajectory as they move into like daycare or preschool or whatever the next transition is. It needs to be reviewed whenever there's a life change, and it can be broad, a trajectory for the life of our loved one, or it can be very specific, a trajectory for moving, a trajectory for getting a job, a trajectory for going on vacation, a trajectory for retiring. And it can also be for a short span. So initially, when the pandemic hit and all the shutdowns occurred, some families did a trajectory for 3 months thinking, oh, by the end of summer, we'll be out of the shutdown. So they did a trajectory for, the 5 months or 4 months. Here you see people doing their trajectory using pictures they cut out, words, drawings. And this is an aggregate trajectory from people who participated in Project STIR at Stark County. Each Post-it note is one outcome they wanted and one thing they wanted to avoid. And it gives a nice picture to an agency of what do people that we support want and what do they want to avoid. Sometimes people look at us when we say, what's your vision? And they go, So we talk about 6 domains. And if you look at the 6 domains, they're not skill areas, but they are the way we talk about our life. So daily life and employment. Think about when you meet someone, the first thing you ask, what do you do during the day? Where do you live? What do you do to stay healthy? Do you go to the gym? Do you know about that gym over there or those parks over there? And we talk about our own quality of life by sharing information about the life domains. If someone says, do you have a good life? You're probably going to say, I have a job I love. I have great friends and family that are very supportive. I live in a great neighborhood. Everybody is so supportive and kind and helpful. I feel healthy. I take care of myself. I have good medical care. I feel safe in my neighborhood. I feel safe on the job. And I also give back and volunteer. I coach or I teach Sunday school, or I'm on the board of this organization. So it's the way we talk about our life. And if we want to help people and empower people to really be able to think about a vision, we might share with them this vision tool. It has listed the 6 domains, plus supporting the family, supporting the person in the context of family, and looking at integrated supports. There's a little bit of a description in the 2nd column, and the 3rd column gives people space to write and think about things. I like giving this to people with lived experience. I like giving this to families to think about it over time. The other thing, the other resources, is the Experiences and Questions booklet. And the beauty of this booklet is it gives people things to think about. So not only professionals, it gives you questions to think about, conversation starters. In the book, each domain has a 2-page spread, and it covers the life stages. This is the domain of daily life and employment, and it covers from prenatal and infancy all the way up to aging, and gives you things to think about, questions to ask. Another resource are the quick guides. We have quick guides on the website, lifecoursetools.com. We also call them 4-pagers. They are 4 pages long, and they cover a life stage. So if you're working or if you have a family member who's in transition. There are 4 pages of things to consider. And so on those 4 pages are each of the 6 life domains and supports to the person in the context of their family, and integrated supports, and it gives you things to think about. So have we done this? What do we need to do to get ready for transition to adulthood? It's a great resource to share with families and with people with lived experience so that they can prepare and have some control over what their vision and what may be helpful. So for the trajectory, we want the person in the family to gather their thoughts, put it on paper. Staff can have the conversation and start recording the information and give it to the person, give the paper to the person. It's not done in a team meeting, and it's not done by a team. So those of you that are veterans know that we as teams used to write the goals and identify the goals for people. This is totally different. So how can we exercise self-determination as people with lived experience and families? Well, use the trajectory, organize your thoughts, share the trajectory with people who help you, both paid and unpaid, and ask them, how can you help me have my good life? Don't ask, can you help me? Because there's only 2 possible answers, yes and no. You want to ask, how can you help me? Update that trajectory whenever there's a change, or whenever you are like, hey, I don't want to do that anymore. I think this is more important. And use the vision tool and quick guide to help you think of possibilities. Professionals, how can you empower people and families? Take notes during your conversations on the trajectory of the vision tool and give the paper to the person. Send or share that quick guide for the appropriate life stage. We also say sometimes share the quick guide for the life stage before, if they just came out of, say, early childhood to school age, so that families can say, did we address all the things in that life stage? Share the vision tool. Explain the tool and why it may be helpful. And again, don't just send it. Explain it, share it, have a conversation, give them the paper, give them guided support. Let's talk about the integrated STAR. We know that we need to look at support services and supports in the community. So in the middle of the STAR, we would put an outcome or a concern, and we can use the STAR to brainstorm. We always start with personal strengths, and we always end with eligibility specific. There's also a split STAR where you can list what's current and what's needed in the future. I'm going to go through each of the 5 areas, but we know that using the integrated STAR helps us be in line with the settings rule to promote full access to community life and to promote lives that people want to live. So let's look at the 5 areas. We always start with personal strengths and assets. It is a strengths-based approach. So if you want to go on vacation, think about it. What are your strengths? You can save money. You know where you want to go. You know what a vacation is. You can plan. When you look at relationships, don't just list people and family, but think about, who do I know, or who does somebody I know? So that second degree of separation, that might be helpful. So when Nick wanted to go to Disney, who had been to Disney? Who did he know that already had been to Disney? And people started identifying, we just went, we're gonna go. I can share with you what we did. I can share the books we looked at. I can share the websites we looked at. So don't just list family and friends, but think about, who do we know who can help us? So one gentleman who wanted to write or wanted to teach history, his SSA said, well, wait a minute, I had a great history professor. Let me see if he'll talk to us about what's possible. So actually thinking about specifics. We don't want just general answers. Technology. What technology do you use when you go on vacation? Do you use a GPS? Do you use MapQuest? Do you use Google Maps? Do you use Waze? Do you use hotel websites? Do you use YouTube? Do you use TripAdvisor? Don't just write iPad, smartphone, laptop, but what are the specifics? Because if all you do is write the generals, then it doesn't help you get to actions. Community resources, what's out there for anyone to use? So places, libraries, you want to go on vacation, you can go to a library and do some research. Maybe there's a travel group in your neighborhood or community center. You can go to a travel agent. And then eligibility specific. Don't just think of DD, but when I wanted to go to college, I applied for scholarships that were for people in my culture. They were specifically for Greek American students. So that was a specific, eligibility specific. When I travel, I use my hotel points. I look at AAA discounts. I look at senior discounts. I look at BJ discounts. So what do we all use that you have to be eligible for, not just disability specific? Here's a chart that might help you think about possibilities. The domains are on the left, and the 5 areas of the integrated STAR are across the top, starting with personal strengths, ending with eligibility specific. We want to start with personal strengths too, so that we brainstorm possibilities and not just look at what is available through the system, those eligibility specific. So for the integrated STAR, we want everybody to use it to brainstorm. We think it can help you also map community resources. What's out there in the community to help people in early childhood? What's out there to help people who want to drive? What's out there to help people who want to get a job? And this can be done in a team, because the more information and input you get, people bring different experiences and knowledge. And so brainstorming, you want to get lots of people. So people and families, use it to brainstorm. Who do you know? Who do you know that can help you with this outcome or this concern that you have? Professionals, same thing. Use it to brainstorm, problem solve, and identify supports. It can help you map community and tech resources. Again, don't just send it, but have some facilitated conversation about it. And it can be done in a group. I have done this. I have facilitated this with groups of professionals. When someone is stuck and says, I'm supporting a family who, and people just threw out options that the staff member working with the person didn't even know about. So it's a great way to support each other. So let's look at one of the things that we all want is good quality. Families want quality. People with lived experience want quality. The system, any system you work in, says we need to look at quality. So what does quality mean? It means that services and supports are helping the person have their good life. It means that services and supports are helping the person stay away from what they want to avoid. It means that if the person's trajectory moves towards what they want to avoid, that we are helping them get back on track to that good life. And it means that services and supports are helping the person have a balance of what's important to them in those 8 areas, as well as important for being healthy, being safe, and being a valued member of their community. So consider family members, people with disabilities, professionals, what are their gifts? What gifts do they have? Do you know what a good life is? Do you know what's important to the person? And how are we helping people have that life they value and share their gifts so they're seen as valued members of their community? Whenever you use a person-centered tool, or charting the life course tool, please, you need to know why you're selecting this. Why do I think a trajectory would be helpful? Explain it to the person and the family, and know that you don't have to use a specific tool with everyone or all the tools with one person. We need to use the skill and tool on ourselves, and the paper belongs to the person. You keep a copy. Families and people with lived experience have told us the paper gives them power, the paper gives them courage. So we talked about the 8 guiding principles. Charting a life course is for everyone. It looks at the person in the context of their family. It looks at a trajectory for a good life across all life stages, looks at life outcomes in the 6 domains, talk about supporting people and families, looking at integrated supports. And this is another way to help us identify natural supports, that it's not just the family, but it's personal strengths and assets. Who do they know? Technology. What's out there in the community that's not part of the service system? And policy and systems. So I shared with you 9 resources. And as you are supporting and empowering people and families, think about how you can use these 9 resources to support people to do your job, but also to empower them, giving them information and resources so they have increasing control over decisions affecting their life. Again, I'm not talking about the ISP meeting. I'm not talking about leading their meetings. I'm talking about people having control over their life. These are some websites that we think might be helpful. And I thank you very much. And I encourage you to start thinking about how you can share those resources and tools to empower people and families, and not just keep them in your desk or in your briefcase or whatever, but how can you engage people so they can then start using the resources and tools themselves and share with you to make your job easier. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. I'm Corey Ferguson. I'm with the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities. And Barb, that was a wonderful presentation with so many resources and so much information. And I guess my question for you in the few minutes that we have left here is, where do you think people get started? You know, we've got all this information. What's the first step and maybe the second step after that? And perhaps maybe as a family member, what does that look like? Or if I'm somebody who works for a family organization working with the family, how might that look different as I, you know, embark on and really applying this with families so that it's not overwhelming?
Thanks, Corey. You know, I think it depends on what the family is facing or what the individual is facing. At the beginning of the pandemic, families really rushed to write one-page person-centered descriptions for hospitalizations, for if their loved one was hospitalized or if they themselves were hospitalized. So someone could walk in the door and provide that support. I think the trajectory is always a good place, because how can we support people as professionals if we don't know the life they want and what they want to avoid? So professionals, I always say that's a great place to start. That's part of your job. You need to write a plan that reflects their outcomes. So that's a great place to start, but there's no right way or wrong way. You can use anything that will be helpful at the time that you're having those conversations. So that's the best way I can describe it. For those of you that heard Project STIR participants yesterday share, the trainers, you heard how much they love using the portfolio and how it empowers them. There was a question about using the word trajectory. And I heard that a lot. Oh, they can't say the word, it'll be too hard. And I'm like, I'm sorry, we've taught them so many other terms, so much jargon in the DD world, they can learn trajectory. And I did it like OHIO, I did traject, and they screamed back to me, or re, and I said, you got it. That's how we'll learn it, trajectory. And there's a question, will DODD be incorporating charting the life course tools into the My Plan? I hope it's not called My Plan, because unless the person is writing it all, it shouldn't have the pronoun my in it, but that's my perception. You know what? The way I presented the information, I hope I presented it to you in a way that it doesn't matter what the paper looks like. You can incorporate the tools into your practice, into your conversation, into the way that you support and empower people. And yes, we have heard that the domains will be included, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can use it in any planning process or system.
Well, Barb, we really appreciate all of your expertise and your information, about person-centered planning, and then how it was integrated into charting the life course, and they work, simultaneously. So thank you so much for this presentation. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Corey.
Hello, and welcome to the Ohio Charting the Life Course Showcase. My name is Ilka Riddle, and I'm the director of the University of Cincinnati Center for Excellence in Developmental Disabilities at Cincinnati Children's Hospital. I am so excited about our 2021 Ohio Virtual Showcase on June 3rd and 4th, where we can demonstrate how far we have come in Ohio with utilizing the Charting the Life Course framework and the tools, and also show you how you can benefit from using the framework and tools in your own life, with your students, in your agencies and organizations with staff, as well as with the families, children, and adults that you serve for person-centered planning. I remember how we started this journey more than 5 years ago in 2016, when we first brought Dr. Shelley Reynolds, who is the sister to a young man with disabilities and the founder of Charting the Life course at the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and her team to Ohio for a 2-day training on Charting the Life course. We thought it was a great way to utilize tools and resources in a framework that was developed by families for families. Since then, we have utilized the framework and tools for so many trainings, activities, events, and individualized planning sessions with families and self-advocates, and have truly changed our approach to family support. I want to share a little bit with you how we at our UCED, the University Center for Excellence, utilize Charting the Life course. For example, we use some of the Charting the Life course strategies and tools for our strategic planning and problem solving. The Trajectory and STAR tool are great for this. We also use Charting the Life course in training sessions with families, self-advocates, and professionals. One example is recently we used it in a session at the Ohio Virtual Transition Bootcamp Conference for transition planning to guide families in their journey from school-based to community-based life for their child with disabilities. We also use it for problem solving and family support when we work one-on-one with families. We integrate it in sessions and training planning and all activities that we do. As a state, we are very lucky that the Ohio Department of Developmental Disabilities has embraced Charting the Life course and participated in the National Community of Practice to use it and to improve family support on a statewide level. We were able to develop a statewide family support platform with funding from DODD to establish the Family Resource Network of Ohio and the Ohio Family Network to bring Charting the Life course to families in Ohio. With funding from the Ohio Developmental Disabilities Council, we were able to provide our own Ohio training for 15 Charting the Life course ambassadors, who are family members from diverse backgrounds from across Ohio, community professionals, and state and local agency staff, who can utilize Charting the Life course with other families and educate family members and self-advocates on the resources and tools that are available to them for free. We even have the Charting the Life course trainers in Ohio now who are called upon to provide ambassador training sessions across the country. What I love about our approach in Ohio for Charting the Life course is that we have kind of like a trickle down, bubble up approach. So that kind of means we have the support and the buy-in from our state, as well as the buy-in and the utilization of the tools and resources from grassroots organizations, family members, and self-advocates. And this makes it truly a unique approach that makes it accessible and usable by families in Ohio across wherever they are. And I think that's beautiful for us to have. This year's Ohio Charting the Life course showcase features excellent keynote speakers and sessions, and I truly hope you will attend part of or all of the conference. I promise you that you won't regret it, and you will walk away with new knowledge, tools, and resources. I hope we will see you somewhere in our many training activities, events related to Charting the Life course, and hope you have a great day. Thank you so much.
Carolyn Knight, the Executive Director of the Ohio Developmental Disabilities Council. And for many of you who know us, but then many of you don't, we're a group of family members, people with DD, state agency folks, who the feds define, bring us together and give us some dollars to establish really innovative, interesting new programs to improve the lives of people with DD. So we never know where we're going, what we're doing. So it's a wonderful opportunity to figure things out and to test things out. And most of the time we win, but even when we don't, we win because we figure out what's not going to work, and so we're not going to worry with that anymore. So we get a chance to do some wonderful things, and of course meet some wonderful people. We meet several times a year, and of course the opportunity for parents, people with DD, and state agency folks to come together and meet each other and get to see each other face to face and talk about what's needed, what irks them, what they'd like to see, what their dream is just wonderful, because this wouldn't happen in a lot of instances. And of course, for state agency folks, people like the Department of DD, the Department of Health, the Department of Rehab Services, the employment group, they get some meaningful exchanges with people about things that they may have always thought they were doing well, and it's like, no, that really doesn't work for people like me. Or parents say, that's not as helpful as you think. So you get that kind of easy exchange about what's good, what's not, what could be done, what's new, what you could dream about. So it's really great. And of course, the thing that you always want is to be able to reach out to families and people with disabilities. There are thousands of them across the state, and you never can get to see and talk to enough of them and give them what they need, but also figure out what they want from you. So there is a program that we as council, and council is often asked to partner with something that the feds might want to fund. With DODD, for example, new programs that are funded are often asked, we're only going to fund you if you bring counsel along, because they know that we're able to spread the word, to help with money, to do all kinds of good things to make these programs a success. And it's money is not always the total answer. You know, it takes people working together, listening to each other to make things work. And One of the programs we've been associated with now for a while is one many of you probably know about, and that's Charting the Life course. And that's a program, and I was a tad skeptical, when this came about, because it isn't one of those programs that you can just define. Oh yes, this is a program that does this for families. It's just about reaching out to families and getting them to try to figure out with their son or daughter who has a disability, what they need, what they like, how they want their life to flow. But that's all. There's no direction, there's no mandate, whatever. And I was a bit nervous that it just wasn't going to work because there wasn't enough structure, and that families would say, well, I don't know, how do you expect me to know? But actually it's made a believer out of me, because families have, once they're brought into the ring with other folks, with professionals and other families, it all starts to gel, and they work on their own with their son or daughter to work it out. And of course, the professionals find out, we professionals who think we know everything sometimes, have found out all kinds of things about what families don't like, what they don't need. And it's so much more difficult today, as many of you know. I've been around a very long time. In the early years, not nearly so many moms worked. They were home, they could manage their son or daughter. These days, everybody's busy. Everybody's got to earn a dollar. Everybody's got to have the wheels turning. So it's much harder to access families. So then you have to go perhaps to the evening. That's all there is left, maybe. And people say, I can't do anymore. But this program is so flexible that you go on your own, you work on your own. You can sit in your living room with your son, daughter, and whoever else you might want, and work on what you want your son or daughter's future to be. So council has taken a look at this, and then we've also been able to bring some folks, some professionals into it who can kind of go around the state and work with folks too. So we can reach out to all kinds of families, no matter where they are, and to people with disabilities themselves. So we can meet with them and say, what do you think about this? Would you like to be able to sit down with folks, with your mom or dad? And then if you need somebody to come in, let's talk about this. And it's been wonderfully successful, because again, it's come if you want to, you figure out when, you figure out what you want, what you need. That's what you want. It just seems to me these days that flexibility is the key to everything. I believe all families with their sons and daughters can work it out if you don't try to put them in a box and say it has to be this way, it has to be on Tuesday at 3 o'clock, and it has to be just in this set of parameters. The world is truly your oyster, and you can do whatever you want to with it. So we are pleased to be a part of it, and this is not a grant in a typical sense that council does, funded for a year or funded for 5 years. We're just part of it. We help out when we can, when they ask us for something, for dollars or anything else. So we're just there and we're watching it, and it gives us new council members too. We look and we say, oh boy, look at that mom, look at that young man with this DD. We'd love to have him sit on council and tell us about his experiences and what he wants. So it's really been great. And the partners, council has partnered with other federal authority, with other federally funded programs like NYSONG, the University of Cincinnati, and folks that we can all work together on similar goals. We're all federally funded, and we work with each other. We are truly partners to get the job done. And we get to know each other and can be very honest with each other about programs, success, lack of success, and whatever. I always say the federal government doesn't do everything right. But this is a program, it seems to me, that in putting us all together in Ohio to work with families with DD and their sons and daughters has really done it right, really knocks the ball out of the park. So we're really pleased about it, and we hope you are too. And if you're a part of it, you look at it, we'd love to hear back from you. So feel free to take a look and tell us what you think about anything. We're always interested in your opinions about life and work and just getting along with folks. It's wonderful to be able to talk to you today, guys. Thank you so much.
My name is Kelly Flotter, and I am a transition teacher at Aviator Launch, which is part of Sycamore Community Schools in Cincinnati, Ohio. I have my email address there too, if anyone would like to contact me. I have students that are ages 18 to 21, so they have met graduation requirements, and they have completed their high school needs, and so they're in that transition age of trying to get ready to begin their journey into adulthood. So we're taking that next step. We're the last stop before they move into the world. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you. The agenda, I just want to let you know where we're headed today. I'm going to do an introduction. I want to share my journey to how I started, how then that grew to growing capacity within my classroom, and then growing capacity within other colleagues, and then growing throughout the district, and what our process is right now for growing charting the life course within our district. So my journey started in charting the life course training was April 2016. I was a mom, it was about 5 years ago, and I was a mom of a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old with a full-time job. So I will say I was excited to see a free offering of this training in my favorite topic of transition. I knew I'd see some colleagues from around the city, and I was excited to see them. The training being free in April was fantastic. That's great for a school district. And then it was being put on with Children's Hospital, which have always had great trainings through them. And there was a free lunch, so as a mom, it was great. I didn't have to worry about my lunch or my coffee in the morning. That helped. So I was really excited. I have to tell you that after lots of trainings, I've been in many trainings. I was blessed that my first year or second year teaching, my school district had sent me down to North Carolina to teaching young people with autism. And I remember being in that training and just being blown away by what I was sitting in. And I knew I would never have anything like that again. And since then, I had lots of different trainings and had enjoyed, like, there's always a nugget or something that you pull from trainings. But I hadn't had that experience of sitting there thinking, well, this is a game changer, until this April 2016 conference. I had the privilege of listening to people's very honest stories, their journey of finding the good life and what they don't want in their life. I got to hear over and over again people's awareness of what their children wanted and giving them a voice. And I have to tell you that I was sitting in that room thinking, this is not one more thing. This is not a little nugget that I'm going to take away from this. This is not something else I can add to my toolkit. This is the thing. This is life-changing, and this changes the conversation. And so I'm excited for you to be here. I'm excited that you are starting this journey, because this is a game changer. There are so many incredible things that are able to come out of this, and I'm really excited to share that process with you. So these are all very simple tools. I think the philosophy captures what needs to be done when we're talking about transition, when we're talking about people's good lives. The philosophy of charting the life course is the thing. So I will tell you, after this conference, I was wildly excited. And to get a teacher excited in April and get energy, I didn't want to end the year. I remember thinking I was super excited. I couldn't wait to do all these things, and tons of paperwork I needed to get done. And I brought everything home and I kept looking at it. And I will tell you, I turned from this woman to this gentleman. I felt really overwhelmed. I was in that training and felt fantastic and excited and energized, and I knew this was it. And I quickly went back to work and realized I'm really, really overwhelmed with this. And I gave myself permission to sit with that. It was April, and I thought, I'm not going to change what I'm doing right now. I'm going to sit with that for a little bit. And the more I worked through it and thought about it, at the time when I went to the training for Charting the Life course, I was actually also taking a class on Brene Brown, who it just was great that it was together. So a lot of her philosophies really kind of sparked me into this too. So daring greatly means the courage to be vulnerable. It means to show up and be seen, and to ask for what you need, to talk about how you're feeling, and to have the hard conversations. And I realized that the reason I was feeling like him was that I realized I have to do this work. I can't ask families to do this work unless I do the work. I can't ask students to do this work and have hard conversations and vulnerable conversations unless I do this work myself. And it's easier to ask someone else to reflect on their good life and their challenges and what they don't want in life and their trajectory than to look at your own. And so this is another quote by Brene Brown: authenticity is a collection of choices that we have to make every day. It's about the choice to show up and be real, and the choice to be honest, and the choice to let our true selves be seen. And so I wanted to ask my students to do that, and my families to do that. What do you want in life? What is your good life? What do you really want? And I realized I needed to do some reflecting of my own, that maybe I wasn't living my good life, and that I needed to be vulnerable in that piece. As many of you can imagine, being a caregiver and a teacher and having very young children, I did not have much time for myself. And I started thinking about how that really wasn't a good life for me and for my family. And so I started to add some things into my life to think back to what my good life was: yoga, spending time with other women, going out for a girls' night. And I had to put myself back in the mix. So I highly recommend that you, whoever you are, whatever your role is, that you do a trajectory for yourself before you start working with the trajectory with other people. It made me realize how vulnerable I was really asking people to be, and honest. And it kind of changed my thinking and how I look at my family and my life. And we think a lot about, we may not sit down and do the trajectory, but we think a lot about what is our good life, and how are these decisions that we're making, or is this choice, or is that leading us towards our good life? So I would suggest, wherever you are, that is your very first step, that you do the trajectory for yourself. So once I got over having to do it myself and being vulnerable myself, I started to work towards, now how do I make this happen in a classroom? It was still really hard, because I know I'm asking people to put information down that's really authentic and could be challenging and could be emotional. And so I have some students that followed for a few years. And so I was lucky enough to have a family that I had a really good relationship with. They trusted me, I trusted them. And I decided to kind of take the easy route just to get started and start with a family that I already knew and start with a student that knew me really well. So what I did, and it was a very independent student and a student that was very verbal. And I often get the question, how do I find out what the good life is for my child that may not have verbal output, or we're not sure, it's hard to read. So we talk a little bit about pay attention to what you notice is bringing joy to their lives, and get a team of people. Definitely get supports around the caregivers or people that are around your child, so that you can kind of start to see what that good life is. So as a teacher, I started with one student, one family, and one good relationship. If you're a parent or a caregiver, I think starting with yourself is a great place to start. Same as teachers, start with yourself, but then also working with your child to figure out what their good life is. And I always try to do what the student's good life is and what the family's good life is for that student, so that I'm getting the perspective from the student. We really want an authentic information from them. And also be patient. I think when you start, sometimes at the very beginning, when it's really hard to answer these questions. And so sometimes it may be starting with this is not a one and done, we do this and then the trajectory is done. This is a philosophy and something we revisit regularly, which I'll talk about how I do in my classroom. But it's okay if a student says, my good life is playing video games and watching TV, and what I don't want is drama. That's very common. And that's okay, that we can continue to build off of that. What else makes your good life? So it's a hard thing to think about. And I think that's why it's helpful to do it yourself in the beginning too, so you can start to think of that process. So I started with that very one family, just one, and with that one student. So he and I sat down and did his good life, and then I sent a good life home with the family to fill out and get their feedback. And that is how I started, was that very just one. And I want to tell you that the bottom box, that what I don't want, can hold all the power if we don't name it. That is what I have found with some families. So I learned with one family. They were very kind to be my guinea pigs and kind of work through this with me. And I went on to do it with more families. So another family that I had a good relationship with, had worked with for years, I sent home the trajectory. I worked with a student to do the trajectory, talked with mom a little bit and said, how are you doing? Is there anything you need help with in those pieces? And she never sent anything back to me. And so I said, that's okay. We can work on it when we sit down and do the IEP or the transition meetings. And when you come in, let's go over it. And she pulled out the trajectory and it was blank. And she started crying. And she said, I'm doing all the things that are leading us towards what we don't want. And that was a very powerful moment. And it really made me realize that bottom box, if you're concerned about things, that's really helpful for families. It was hard. It was a hard moment for the family. It was a hard moment for us. But then we got to move forward. We got to look at, okay, that it's okay. We're going to work together. So we know we're going towards the trajectory of what we don't want. What can we do to fix it? How do we adjust? Because believe me, we've all led down things that are pushing us towards what we don't want in life. And so this is a visual way to see that. Again, why I love this tool. So I got more comfortable, got my comfort level working with more and more families. And then I grew into doing I did the more advanced trajectory. And I have turned it into really our drive through the entire school year, program year. My students, the moment they walk into the classroom, we do a trajectory. Day one, I hand them the simple trajectory. We do that first one. Every quarter, we have transition meetings, and so they reflect on that last quarter. What job experiences did they have? What community engagement did we have? What did you like and what did you not like? I tell the students all the time, it's great if you have an experience that you did not enjoy. If there's a job site that you really don't like, let's dig down into what you didn't like about it. And that's great information that can help drive that conversation of what you want and what you don't want. So the more clear, and so that's okay. It's great if we have experiences. That's how we all learn. And we dig down into that. So this is a tool that I use every quarter, or when there's major changes, if anything changes in a student's life, or if they have a new job site, or something's going on in their life and they're like, oh, I want to add that to my good life. This is a working document. And sometimes we start fresh. If they're not happy with their first vision and what they came up with, we start fresh, or they have a different perspective now. We either work from the same document if we're moving on that, or we create a new one. When I started doing this with students, I had a young man. The first day he filled in what I don't want, is I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to be homeless. And he put in all of these pieces on his very first day. It was very insightful of what he did not want. So first quarter, we had some challenges. He ended up having a few behaviors that had him removed from his job site. He was put on probation for a few days and was not allowed to return because of the way he treated a coworker. And he started not doing assignments and became kind of combative with me. And I, usually it was just natural consequences. If you do this, then you're going to be removed from work, or you're not allowed to return for a couple days, because that's breaking our policies and procedures. And that was it. There wasn't we didn't have huge conversations. We just talked about, this, if you do this, then this is what happens. So second quarter, we sat down and did the good life, and he pulled out his good life and his vision. And you could see on his face when he looked back at what he wrote, that he didn't want to go to jail or lose his job or become homeless. You could see it completely on his face. And he said, all the things I did this quarter led me towards what I don't want. And he wrote it all down, and things that were pushing him towards what he didn't want, those life experiences. And those are things that he wanted to avoid. We had a 180 that second quarter. It was very powerful. He was able to reflect on what he was doing and realize that this is not what I want to do. So that was really a moving time too, that this is helpful to know where you don't want to go, because then you can reflect on behavior and kind of understand, oh, okay, that's pushing more towards what I don't want. And another student put, he had a lot of loss in the family, and he put he didn't want death and what I don't want. And that's hard, because we all experience death and grief and loss, and we can't control that as much as we'd love to, and take that pain away from students or from our children. And there's no way to avoid when those things happen. And so I can't change that. I can't stop that. So, but what we can do is we realize that you need some supports, some counseling, and someone to talk to about this grief. And so again, this tool led to next steps of trying to help support students. And a lot of problems, there's things that we can avoid, and and supports. So that was what we kind of learned through this piece. So again, do the trajectory yourself, whoever you are, and start to live in this document. It is a beautiful, simple tool that will change your philosophy. And like I said, there are many times in my home life, in my work life, that I think in these terms. Is this decision going to push me towards what I want? Is this process going to help get us to where we want as a transition program? And so just really thinking about that. I have my students, like I said, every quarter reflect on their experiences. And so these are just some of the quotes that I try to capture what they're doing. I think a lot of students, we go about life and we may not reflect a lot. That's why we check every quarter, is to have those experiences. So we talk every quarter about what experiences have supported your vision. And so I just wanted to share many of these because I want you to see that when you start thinking in these terms, everything we do leads towards that good life or towards what we don't want. So one of the students shared that experience using a cash register is my favorite activity at work. We had no idea he enjoyed using a cash register, and he was put in a situation that they were really impressed with him and wanted to grow his skills. And so we realized he loves using a cash register, which is fantastic. Visiting the zoo with friends. Something students had been to the zoo many times. We have a wonderful zoo in Cincinnati, but they hadn't really gone with friends and had that experience maybe alone with a friend or with a buddy and feel that independence. And so just knowing we put that on our good life too, of when we look at our social and spiritual life, that is something that's your good life. So that if you want to make plans with someone, you know the zoo is somewhere that you might want to go. Eating donuts not made near peanuts. We found a farm that is epic. It's gone on for years that we love this farm. And I have a student that has a peanut allergy, and donuts are a hard thing to find. So he has, these are epic donuts. They have been talked a lot about. They're really good. But that was his good life, finding something that he could enjoy and have that normally is not available to him. This is something I really try to support, and just as teachers and families, that there's a natural social connection when you're in school and when you're in transition programming. And I really try to encourage students to make plans with one another on the weekends, during the evenings, to get together and do things, because once they're no longer attending services, that social connection, they enjoy each other's company, but we have to take it outside of our program so that they know they have that power. You can make plans with people and do that. So that's something I really try to encourage. One student, I remember the very first quarter, he looked at me and said, "I'll never grocery shop alone. I'll never be able to do this." So week 8, we went to the grocery store and I walked away. And I said, "I'll meet you at the front." And he didn't even realize it until I said, "Do you know what you just did? You just did all of your grocery shopping alone. In 9 weeks, you figured out how to do everything you needed to do." So we put that down on that trajectory, that was pushing him towards his good life, learning to do his own grocery shopping, and he did it. Chris was a same age volunteer, so students enjoyed hanging out with him. He volunteered with our program. Visionary Voices is a wonderful adult service program that my students have really enjoyed. And so we visit adult service programs because, again, I want students to be thinking about that good life, that whole holistic good life. And being Visionary Voices is a art studio that you can go to and create and be around other artists. They do art shows, and they'll help support create things that could be sold if that's something that you're interested in. They really just support you as an artist, and I have a lot of students who are artists. And so we visit those places so they can start thinking about, this is something I want to do after I leave my services at school age. I have a student that was really into sports and started working in sports as an experience and realized, I don't like this. He liked going to sporting events, but did not care for working. He anticipated being at a sporting event. It's not as much fun when you work there. So I think any of those experiences, the more experiences we're able to give people and support people in, they can start to really, that can drive their good life and their trajectory, because he realized, oh, I've been saying I want to work in sports forever. I realized I really don't, because you don't get to actually watch the game. So it was a great experience for him too. I don't know what changed. All of a sudden we get along, I guess, because we both like playing basketball. I had two students that really just were not mixing well together. And so we found some common interests. They both like playing basketball, and that changed their relationship. That was really helpful. We did a lot of work on relationships and building that. One student said, I hate school. I'm very happy at programming, and he always claps on a regular basis when he's excited. So he said he's very reluctant to come to our program, and we talked a lot about how it's just adult life, and he really enjoyed it. Learning to use Uber, that has been huge for our students. One of the parents said, my child has the freedom to go where he wants. So Uber is game changer with that. I got hired. I love hearing that. My students will text me or call me and say they got the job. Look how much money is in my bank account after working and saving all their money. And then I found out I can dye my hair where I work. I need a personal day Thursday so I can dye my hair blue. So one of my students had worked at a job for a while, then realized she was allowed to dye her hair. So she messaged me and said, can I have a personal day? Because I'm going to go get my hair done. So learning to advocate for those things that you're interested in too is wonderful. COVID-19 has definitely put our trajectory in a different spot. So we tried to really think about what positive things have come out of this. I love, my students get so excited when they get their vaccines. I have quite a few that have gotten their vaccine, and that's hard, scary, and they're supporting each other, and they are very excited about getting their vaccines. We have another friend that because of the shutdowns decided work was kind of challenging and decided to start her own business making cheesecakes, which we all gladly support because they're absolutely fantastic. So that's been a wonderful thing that's come out of COVID. I've got to see my family more. I've gotten to drive more hours and learning to do virtual online. So learning to drive was actually very beneficial because there weren't many people on the road. So that was really helpful. And then learning to do virtual has been just incredible. I've learned to do online orders and get the items together through the virtual job shadow. And we get to do a lot of different jobs and learn about them. So we're using a virtual job shadow program to help students because we weren't able to get out in the community. So they were able to see this program and watch videos around different jobs and really reflect on those. So we really tried to focus on what is that good life. And even though we're happy for our health and thankful that most everyone has stayed healthy that we know this has been incredibly challenging and hard, many losses, and our students really tried to shine during some of these things and took care of each other, which was beautiful. All right, so this is a young man that I will say when he first came in was not very confident, and he has grown so incredibly. He applied for his dream job for the Reds baseball team last year at this time, and it was heartbreaking because he got the job and then there was shutdowns. And I'll let him tell the rest of the story, but
you broke your ankle,
and that was frustrating.
It was that part of your good life?
No.
That
was my bad life.
Yeah, you realized you didn't like that. When you broke your ankle, what happened like with your life that you couldn't do that you wanted to do?
I couldn't walk on both feet.
Good. And so using this trajectory, how do you think now, looking at your life now, what have you accomplished that you're excited about?
Getting a job.
Okay.
And getting a car.
Getting a car. And what'd you get a couple weeks ago?
A job.
A job at where?
The Reds.
The Reds, okay. And where else?
Great Old Forge.
Okay. And then you also got what over spring break?
A car.
A car. What do you have to drive your car?
Keys.
Keys, and what else?
License.
Oh yeah. So you got your license?
Yeah.
Do you remember a few years ago when we just started doing this paperwork and talked about maybe wanting to get your license?
Yeah.
Were you hesitant at first?
Yeah, just a little.
A little. And then how did you become more comfortable with it?
Just practice.
Okay, good. So practicing, do you remember what happened to get you more practice with driving?
Getting more help.
Getting more help, good. And so we helped, when we had some of our transition meetings, worked on getting you some more help with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
That kind of worked out perfectly.
Yeah, yes, it did work out perfectly. It's all coming to fruition, isn't it?
Yes.
All your goals. So do you think using this trajectory is kind of helpful to, what do you like about using the trajectory?
That I never knew that I can do these things.
Awesome. And when you put it on the trajectory and we work towards it, then what happens?
Then you get to do all these fun things.
Yeah, that's awesome. Is there anything else you'd want people to know about the trajectory or your good life?
No.
No. Okay, awesome. And I'm super impressed. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
So with Noah, I love what he said. I never knew these things were possible. And when we put them down on paper, they became real. I think that is the true power of the trajectory. And he got to see his progress through all of those pieces, which was just incredible. So when I started doing this with myself, with my own family, with my students, with my students' families, I started to realize that I wanted to really embed this within our process. And so as a teacher, this is what I do. I do the trajectory. When I send, this is for IEP development. I send the trajectory home, a tool for developing the vision, and a focus on transition to adulthood. So those pieces are all part of the Charting the Life course. And so I complete a trajectory with the student and that developing a vision paper. And then my students always start their IEP meetings with their trajectory. They share the trajectory and what their vision is. The way I put the paperwork in when I have families share their pieces, I put in the vision section, I break that into student, parent, and school, and I put the parent's vision for the good life for the student in there as I do the students too. And then I put that parent information page or send the profile, and then transition pages. Those are driven by these tools. So just so you know that I drive that piece by these tools. I am on the other end. This past week, I have become a parent of a student on an IEP, and I sat down with my daughter and she schooled me. I wanted to do the trajectory with her in preparation for her IEP meeting. She's 7 and struggles with reading and writing. So I sat down with both trajectories. I had one sitting by her and one with me. And I was like, okay, what do you want to write? And I was going to write the things for her to copy. And she looked at me and said, can I draw it? So I'm learning every day. I realized, of course, she wants to draw because reading and writing are super hard for her. So this is what I do as a teacher, but also families, that trajectory, if your teacher doesn't embed these within those pieces, you as a family definitely can do that trajectory and share that. So I did that trajectory with my daughter and then shared it with the IEP team in preparation for her IEP meeting. And then I asked that she would like to present her work on that. So I just want you to know from both sides that a teacher, these are the ways I do it within the IEP, but also families that you use that trajectory to kind of drive that IEP, the goals and objectives for that. So I wanted to build even more within, so once I got more comfortable, I kept adding things. So start small, but the one-page profile is one of my favorite tools. I have an example of one of my students. One of the things that we do, this part where it says what people like and admire about me, that is a piece that I do within my classroom, and I have students interview one another and talk about what they like and admire about each other. Another part of that we do is they may reach out to family members or someone they work with or job coaches just to get an idea of what people like and admire about them. That's so powerful, especially when you have a student that is struggling to identify things that are positive about themselves. That's just, you can see their glow start to come back when they realize. I've also had students not realize things about themselves. I had one student, everyone was telling him, you're really funny and you're fun to be around and we enjoy you. And he said, I had no idea people felt that way about me. So that's a wonderful thing. As a family, it's something you could have your child ask teachers or ask friends. Those are all really powerful. And then the what's important about me, that helps when these pieces can be given to, got this on here, one-page profile. We give them to job coaches, employers, an agency, or a therapist. I used it with one student with some mental health challenges that had a hard time opening up. So she shared through this document, just helping people start to understand what was important to her so that they had a common ground. It was kind of an easy icebreaker to talk about. Coworkers, coaches, and it can be made for different purposes or audiences. I've done it really professionally for students when they go into work, a work setting, or done it when it's just trying to get to know people as a coach, you know, what type of things are you into? And then how to best support me. This is where we can really get clear on accommodations and students can advocate for the things that they need in those pieces. So the next part is a student that is sharing about his one-page profile. Okay. And this is just a short clip about the one-page profile that a student has used in the past.
Eli, what is it you're looking at now?
My one-page profile.
Excellent. Okay. And what does the one-page profile tell about you?
That I am a hard worker.
Okay. Good. It tells about what people like and admire about you.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what is another heading that it tells about you? It tells under there that you're a hard worker.
I have a sense of humor.
Yeah. Eli, how did you find out those things about what people like and admire about you? Do you remember how you figured that out?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how you found out what people like and admire about you?
No.
Okay. Who told you that stuff? Your teachers, friends, parents?
Teachers.
Okay. Teachers, and who else?
Miss Adams.
Okay. Your transition coordinator? Yeah. And then it says what's important to you in there. Does it share what's important to you? Do you want to tell us something that might be under there?
Biking.
Biking, okay.
Baking.
Baking.
Oh, my grandma, my aunt.
Okay.
Get better at working. Okay. Spend time with friends.
Okay, good.
Okay, let's say this one. Oh, teach me a skill first.
So is this how to best support you?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's important to know how to best support you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a peanut allergy. I carry my own allergy pen. Oh, that's just 911.
Why does it say 911?
In case I have a peanut allergy.
In case you eat peanuts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, here we go. Build relationships and help me with stuff.
Okay, so that's what helps best support you?
Yeah.
Eli, who would you give that one-page profile to? What do you have that for?
When I used to work.
You used to take it to who at work?
People at ACE, where I used to work.
Where you used to work, okay. And then, so that's your one-page profile. Do you want to say anything about the trajectory? Why do we do a trajectory?
For IEP stuff?
For IEP stuff, when else do we do it?
Oh, I'll give you one. When we were at the high school and taught the TPA students.
Yeah, we teach the TPA students about it. Good. When we talk about
So that was just one example of a student's one-page profile. I think it's really helpful to see that student would give it to people at work so they had a good sense of his needs and interests. So it helped break the ice with meeting some of those people at work. So I appreciate him sharing that with you. And so as teachers, that's something that you could create with your students. Also families, I encourage you to, that one-page profile is a great tool to use at the beginning of a school year, or when you're meeting new therapists or any type of new people that you're working with that might help work with your child. And I really like that collaborative effort of asking people what people like and admire about you. It really helps boost the students. So just a few other things, I wanted to share some examples. So as I grew, if you remember, I started with that trajectory myself. I started with one family. This has been years of progress. So, and taking one little piece at a time, I've learned that these tools are incredible. They're vast and also very simple and user friendly. And so I've just taken a little bit at a time and added a little bit each year, and just to be patient with yourself and try that trajectory. That's a big piece. And then you can add these pieces as you need. So information applied in a variety of topics. So this booklet is amazing. I will say it did take me a little while to get into it and figure out all the different ways to use it. I'm sure there's many other ways, but I have used it in morning meetings and with journals. We've created a journal which I'll share with you. These booklets are just fantastic at really looking at, we've pulled out vocabulary from them. We've used them as social skills groups and used it in transition plans. If I look at where a student is at and where they need to be at that age, we'll pull that and say, oh, we should really be working on those things. So this is a really fabulous reference of just asking questions and wondering, kind of helping you guide through the different ages. So one thing that I did, there are questions like, what experiences have you had that prepare you for your adult life? It says one of the questions under daily life and employment in the section under transition. So I just pulled that question out and made a journal entry for students to use. And so I gave them the option of drawing and writing. And so this is one student's perspective of the things that they have learned to do in preparing for their adult life. So just wanted to give you an example of some of those work samples. This is another one that she created. We used the daily life and employment, what makes a bad day for me. So things that you want to avoid, trying to understand when a day is hard, trying to help students understand those pieces, and then how can we help them through that. So the next part is I started thinking prior to 2019, I wanted to share this with other colleagues or other families. So I started thinking about this. I shared at an open house with my families. I held meetings using the tools. So I have a very supportive special ed director, and she asked me to lead some of our transition team meetings as staff. And so I use some of the tools of looking what is our good life as a helping families, and how do we do that and working as a team, and what do we not want. And so that was something that we use the tools within meetings as teachers. Professional development days, I signed up to present. They always ask for opportunities of teachers to present, so I signed up to present a few days. I would share information in informal meetings. I realized that this good life of what you want and what you don't want might be really helpful for counselors. And so I just asked to have a meeting with some of the counselors and just share the trajectory piece with them. And some of them have used them when kids come in and are just kind of lost. They sit down and say, okay, let's look at what's your good life. What do you want? What do you not want? I shared with my daughter's teachers and administrators some of these pieces just to prepare her for the next school year. And then I talk about my own good life a lot. I try to model that. I would say so over those years, I was really struggling to make sure I was doing it right. I wasn't sure. I have a constant support in Celia Schlomer from Children's Hospital, and forever grateful for her support. And she encouraged me to apply to present at the showcase, the national showcase. And I was really nervous and wasn't sure that I was doing things correctly or in the essence of it. And it was really, really affirming after presenting there that I realized I kind of grew my own confidence, that I knew I was doing these things in in that right path, and I was presenting these things well in a way for families and students to understand. So that really helped boost my confidence in moving towards, okay, how do we make this bigger? So I grew from doing it myself to working with students, to working within my classroom, to working with colleagues. And so this really encouraged me to reach out to my transition coordinator and special ed director and talk about how do we share this within the district. And from that, thanks to Celia's support and my special ed director's support, we created a pilot in 2019. And we built the pilot, which has now grown into a partnership. We repeated it again this year, and we plan on repeating it for years to come. So the way we built this was from the way that I started. I wanted teachers to feel comfortable. I wanted families to feel comfortable. And so we only asked for volunteers, teachers from every age building. And every year we've had families from preschool all the way to transition age. So we're rather lucky to have all that participation. And then we work with the teachers and we identify one student and one family partner. So we hope the teachers kind of go through that same model that I did to get my feet wet. And a teacher worked with a family along the way. And what we did was they would choose the student, they would work with the student and then work with the family. And we met in the very beginning of the school year. Teachers were presented with the same information. Celia and I both presented to the families or to the teachers and gave them information, and then gave them the homework of doing the trajectory for themselves before they asked families to do this. And then we met with families separately too, so they could get the same information. We really wanted to have teachers have that experience and ask those questions, and then have families have that experience and ask those questions, so that everyone got the same information, but families were with families and teachers were with teachers. And then we sent them off to do their work together. And they did that trajectory together, and they did the trajectory with students and parents. And then we worked together over the course of the year. We had 4 total meetings. Only 2 were with teachers and families together, and we came together and shared. And so we worked through that trajectory. We introduced other tools like the STAR and the one-page profile, but our biggest focus was on that trajectory and really talking about the philosophy to help families. That partnership and pilot have been incredible. I just want to share some of the outcomes. The experiences, families created options for their students. So I have a family that was really struggling when they sat down and did the good life with their son, because he really did not give many things that he liked, really had a really limited perspective on what he really enjoyed. And so that family became incredibly creative and actually had him enrolled. I don't know how they did it, but they had him enrolled in 3 different programs, like an employment program, a college program, and then actually ended up in my transition program. And so now he has experiences to pull from and really is able to communicate what he likes and what he doesn't like about all those programs, which before it was just really hard to make a choice. So the family decided we're going to do all 3, which I was worried about, but they were exactly right in their decision. We had a mom with a preschooler that had Down syndrome, and the mom said she even just sitting in a room with having this preschooler and hearing some of these families that were students for 20, hearing what they were doing and that they had jobs and that they were looking at getting their driver's license. It was really helpful for this mom to say, okay, wow, I hadn't thought of that good life and what I really want long-term for my child. So she had this awakening, which was beautiful. There was one family I will share. Again, I was schooled by this family. I thought the family and the teacher, I kept talking with them about, we really need to be big thinking about this trajectory and like long term. What are your goals? And they kept talking about this year, and I kept thinking, I don't know, I don't know if they're getting it, if they're understanding the philosophy. And I was so wrong. They showed me just incredibly, they were focused on right now, which is exactly where they needed to be focused because it leads to the long term. So the family realized that this child could not get out of the house on their own. They couldn't access food in the house on their own to prepare lunches. They couldn't get dressed on their own just because there were so many barriers within the house. And so the family just got to work and started adjusting dressers so that the child had privacy and was able to get dressed. They adjusted cabinets and how they did things and how they stored food so that the child could pack their lunch the night before, prepare their own breakfast, and get out the door on their own and not have their parent helping them to the bus stop, which in those younger years is very typical. But then as students get older, you don't necessarily want your parents at the bus stop with you. That takes away from some of that social piece. And so the family was incredibly visionary, and I reached out to them this year just to see how they were doing, and mom shared this incredible 3 pages of things that they were doing to grow even more independent. So I was wrong, gladly admit that, and they fully got the philosophy and just have not stopped since. So that was just a beautiful story. We had a very quiet family that I was really concerned about in the meeting. They never really said anything over the course of the year. And when I read their reflection, they shared that they had made a play date for their daughter, and they just had never considered doing that until they had this vision. And that's not small. That is a huge thing to organize a play date for a child, and that's going to change her trajectory. So it can come from reorganizing your whole home to really making that first phone call to helping support your child have those social connections. That's huge. One family shared that their daughter had shared that she wants an iPhone, and that she had said she wanted, on her trajectory, she said she really wanted to do swimming and hang out with friends. And when she would go swimming, she'd never swum laps or anything. And so they said, if you really want to do this, if you're putting this on your trajectory, then you need to do it. So dad started taking her to the swimming pool, and she was swimming 40 laps by the end of it. So that was just in the course of a few months, and they signed her up for a swim team, which again is going to lead to that piece of friends because you have a common interest. So over and over again, we just keep seeing where the conversation changes, that it's not, we're working towards what is that good life, and really that's what we're focusing on. And it's just, we're seeing tremendous personal growth, and just students are being asked, what is your good life? We had one teacher say she had a student that was really struggling. She changed her language. And she said she's not sure if she would have done that before going through this partnership with us, that what is your good life? And the young girl was very kind of lonely because of the changes with schooling. A lot of the females had chosen virtual, and so she didn't have access to a lot of female friends. And so the teacher was able to set up like a lunch opportunity with another girl, which most of the class was boys. She said, I don't know if I would have asked these questions. So it is all these tools, and it's really this philosophy of moving forward and really talking about with families and with your child and with students of what is your good life. And even as a teacher, where are we going? What is our good life? So you can kind of see that growth. We have grown from just one classroom to multiple classrooms throughout the district, and then families working together. I asked families what they wanted. They wanted continued partnerships. I have parents really excited and they want to share their testimonials, which is awesome. We're very excited about that, just to get more people interested. They suggested having reunion meetings throughout the year to share and continue, and that's something we're looking into so that we can keep the momentum going and really help as many families as possible. We're going to continue professional development within our district, and then we want to share these philosophies with all staff. We are conscious that if we're getting the word out about a trajectory, we want to make sure that when families put those trajectories and really put their heart and soul into those pieces, that when they share them with staff and with other professionals at the table, that families and students are really being heard. So if it's coming from a family, not necessarily a teacher, we want to make sure that families' voices are heard and that the staff are aware of how much work and vulnerability is going into these pieces. So I just want to, I have a visual here of just that drop in a bucket, and that's a drop in the pond. I think of 5 years ago, starting these conversations, that I just happened to be in this training. I was very thankful and continue to be thankful for the support of Cecilia Schlomer and our special ed director, Stacey Spencer, on moving forward with this. And I just think of taking that first step when I was that man, just stressed and not wanting to start. And that little drop is really built into this ripple effect, and thinking of the families that we've worked with and hearing their stories of just asking their child, what do you want in your good life? We had one family that had twins, and they said they'd really never separated them to talk about what each one of them individually wants. And just that little drop really has such a huge ripple effect in how we plan our lives and what we want for our students, and that just starting with one trajectory can really have this growth. So my suggestion to you is do the trajectory for yourself and get started. And then you're going to see this philosophy grow and grow and grow. And the most powerful teaching moment are those where you screw up. I have screwed up over and over again, and I really want to share that you can't do this wrong. The only way, the only thing is that we don't do this, we don't tell someone what their good life is. We really need to listen and hear what their good life is. Everyone has that right. And so that's the only thing. Otherwise, I've made mistakes or messed up or thought I knew what I was doing and realized my students or families have shown me, oh yeah, no, they thought of it differently, and that's wonderful. It's not my way. It's really everyone getting to do their own path. And so the most important thing is that we don't tell someone what their good life is. We don't know what that is. They get to choose that, what their good life is. And that courage is contagious. The more we talk about this, the more I see it growing within people, and it's we're really helping one another. I want to tell you, finally, we don't have to do it all alone. We were never meant to. I know families and teachers and everyone felt really overwhelmed sometimes in the beginning. I know I did, and it can feel very big because it is, but it's big, and it's because it's really getting to the heart of what people want in their good life, and there's nothing more meaningful than that. And that is where the amazing work happens. So I want to thank you. This has been an incredible journey for me, and I'm excited for all of you to get started and continue this work. So thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. I'm just so excited to be here again this afternoon, or today. I guess it's not quite afternoon, but it might be. And thank you, Kelly, so much for sharing this. This morning has been so full of great information on how to think about this and how to really see how it plays out in people's lives. And so, Kelly, I want to thank you again. We've had some great conversation in the Q&A box. I want to start with the first one that, Kelly, I don't know if you had a chance to see, but a mom was just really talking about the word hope and how this work really and today has given her hope about a new conversation. And so I think that is something that we see and we could hear in the stories that Barb told too this morning. But I want to also share with you, you've addressed some of the questions in the Q&A box prior to and during, but talk to me a little bit about one of the conversations that took place was this idea of how many, right? You're doing it in a classroom. We're doing this in lots of different places with professionals, with family members, and nobody's really doing it alone. Typically, we're encouraging that multiple people, multiple support, but really driven in this family and person-centered space of the person themselves kind of doing this. But you've kind of built it into a curriculum that they take bits and pieces of in a classroom where the work is kind of, it's homework and stuff for your folks, isn't it? As part of the work they're doing in the classroom, is it built into your curriculum that way?
It is. It's built in that, and we always take time to reflect. So each quarter we're doing that trajectory, and so we revisit regularly. At the end of this year, we looked at they pulled out their trajectories that they've been working on, and some students said, you know, I just want to add this one little piece that I realized I learned about myself. I had a student recently say she never wants to live with a roommate, she never wants to move out. And she just, in the last few months, has made great friends and said, I want to change on my trajectory. I do want to live in an apartment. And I figured out that's what I want to do. So it's something that we do consistently. So the very beginning of the school year, we do a trajectory, which is usually, it doesn't have a lot of meat. It doesn't have a lot of thought. We're just getting thoughts down. And then they build as they have experiences, because experience helps build that trajectory.
And talk about, so as a teacher, you have this place, this classroom and a curriculum, so you can kind of do assignments and stuff. When you think about families or professionals that are out there, this is kind of a slow process where you're doing it a little bit at a time. And I think about share with me, because I really think it becomes about those conversations, making the opportunity for the conversation. Yes, the tools are super important and they enrich those conversations, because when the back and forth that happens when you have someone's trajectory and they present it to you in front of you. But talk a little bit about that conversation and creating those opportunities for the conversation, and how would you see that kind of spill out into outside the classroom, or what do you see your families doing in reflecting those conversations?
Absolutely. So the tools are wonderful, and we've heard it over and over again. That's the power of the paper, the power of the pen, that once it's written down, that's wonderful. But the great part is that once this philosophy becomes part of it, our conversations change. And I see it as families will see a spark in their child. They may be out in a community doing something and they see a spark, they see a love. It might be at the library. It might be when they go to a sports activity. It might be when they see a friend out in the community and you can see that spark in your child. And you don't need a tool to say, oh, that's your good life. We know that that's identifying their good life and kind of helping students and children identify that. I saw that spark in you. I saw that excitement. Is that something you enjoy? And being able to have students and children start to identify, I felt like myself in that moment. That's when I really felt good and happy. And so just kind of being aware and having those conversations in the car or conversations afterwards. What did you like about Lego Club? Or what did you like about going to the zoo? What part of it did you like? What part didn't you like? And so that you can kind of tease out that information. It's not all going to come to you right when you sit down with that paper. It's really about living life and reflecting regularly on that.
Yeah, thank you so much. We are tight on time. I want to make sure that we move forward. We've got a great next session with To Our Good. So I'm going to wrap this up, and thank you so much, Kelly. If there's more questions, make sure you get them in the chat box. We'll get them to Kelly. So,
thank you.
Thanks so much.
Do this. And then we met with families separately too.
It includes all the things
in their good life, and
this is again across the life course culture. It's hard to talk about cultural competence and its role as it relates to life course without having a solid understanding to life course theory and perspectives.
And it can feel very big because it is, but it's big, and it's because it's really getting to the heart of what people want in their good life.
Sorry, everybody. Just give me a quick second. Clearly my video restarted. I'll just take one more minute and get it together and I'll reshare. Okay, we've got it now. We'll start over. Thank you.
I am saying good morning or good afternoon. I'm Tuara Good with the Georgetown University National Center for Cultural Competence, and I'm here to talk with you today about advancing cultural and linguistic competence throughout the life course. Exactly what will it take? Our objectives for today are that every participant will provide definitions and describe frameworks for cultural and linguistic competence. So we're going to have a shared way of thinking about cultural and linguistic competence. We will delineate how cultural and linguistic competence are integral to life course theory and perspectives. And we'll also identify ways to advance cultural and linguistic competence and supports and services. And this is, again, across the life course. So I always like to begin with some definitions so that we will all have a shared understanding of culture. Because it's hard to talk about cultural competence and its role as it relates to life course without having a solid understanding of culture. I'll share with you some frameworks for thinking about culture and also definitions that we use at the Georgetown University National Center for Cultural Competence. So we think of culture as being learned. That means that we teach children as soon as they're born. We teach them our culture. We teach them how to talk and words that they use, what it means to be a member of a family. We teach them who to trust. We teach them all of these things, and so that we are indeed sharing our knowledge and indoctrinating our children into culture. And so it's, again, as we think about culture, it includes all the things that you see there in the ovals, from communication to values to languages to ways in which we interact, ceremonies. These are all aspects of culture that are handed down from generation to generation. There are many more, but they simply couldn't fit on this slide. We also know that culture applies to all human beings, that it applies perhaps to racial groups, to ethnic groups, to religious groups, political groups, or professional groups, such as all of you who've gathered here for this conference. We know that culture is transmitted through people from one person to another, one group to another over time. We also know that culture is transmitted through organizations overall. And so as we think about culture, there are aspects of culture that remain the same, again, passed down from generation to generation, but there are aspects of culture that are constantly changing. It's dynamic. More about culture. Culture really comprises beliefs about reality. This is how people should interact with each other, what they know about the world, and also looking at the environments in which they find themselves. It's reflected in our religion, our morals, our customs and politics, clearly in our technologies. And again, it affects how humans work, parent, love, marry, understand health and mental health, wellness, illness, disability, and end of life. So this is a culture that touches every aspect of our lives. I'd like to share this with you as one of my favorite quotes. It's from the work of Hansen and Lynch back in 1992, who created a book entitled Developing Cross-Cultural Competence. It's one of the earlier books that looked at early childhood. And so as we think about culture, it is like ourselves. It's like ourselves looking through a one-way mirror. So when we're doing that, everything that we see is from our own perspective. As we think about cultural competence in particular, and we look at that within the context of culture, it really is about getting to the other side of the glass. It really means that we're able to see ourselves and others clearly. But doing that presents a number of challenges. It's easier said than it is done. Another way I'd like for you to think about culture, we call this the iceberg concept of culture. And it's a sad looking little iceberg because I drew it. And the line going across, again, is the water line. And as we think about culture and we think about an iceberg, we know that there's only about 1/10 of the iceberg visible above the water line. Everything else is submerged. That we can really equate with culture, so that we tend to pay attention to what's above the waterline, how someone dresses, the language that they use, if we look at the physical characteristics. So we get stuck sometimes above the waterline. And as we think about people with disabilities who require a range of supports and services, we have to really pay attention to what's below the surface, what's below. And that would include their child rearing practices for parents who may have intellectual and developmental disabilities, rules for social interaction, people's values, what their belief systems are about disability or health or illness. And so all of these things can't be understood simply by seeing someone. We really have to explore and to be able to go deeper. Other thing that we want to share this morning, this afternoon, about multiple cultural identities. And as we think about this concept of multiple cultural identities, it's basically saying that we all have multiple cultural identities. We're not just one thing. And the literature gives us 3 ways of thinking about that. When we look at categorization, this is when people identify with one of their cultural groups over all the others. In some instances, it could be that someone strongly identifies with their gender. Another could be, as we look at this, that somebody may strongly identify with their race or ethnicity, or the geographic area in which they live. When we think about compartmentalization, this is when people have multiple cultural identities, but they maintain those identities separately. And we can look at that sometimes when people are seeking supports and services, that particularly when there's intake or when people are asking them questions around eligibility, that they may not share all aspects of who they are with those with organizations and with staff. They may hold back due to trust or other kinds of issues, that they maintain these multiple cultural identities, then only may let you see some of those identities at any given space and time. The last is looking at integration. And this is when people link all of their multiple cultural identities. I'll use myself as an example. I self-identify as African American. I'm a Washingtonian. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. I am a grandmother. I am an academic. All of these things are a part of who I am as a person. And so I integrate all of these identities at any given time. And I want to give you a really excellent quote from a colleague, Andy Arias, who helps us think about this. And Andy, my colleague, has a way with speech. And so I'm going to read his very powerful quote. I come to the table with my LGBTQ-ness, my Hispanicness, and my disability. Neither overshadows the other. Neither is more important than the other. They're all part of who I am as a person. And so Andy is saying, I am all of these things. You can't pull out my disability and only identify me that way. You can't pull out the fact that I am Hispanic or Latino and only identify me in that way. And so as we think about these concepts, they're very important for life course. Our next idea or concept around culture that I'd like to share with you is the concept of intersectionality. This is based on the work of Kimberly Crenshaw for many years ago, 1991, and she did similar work and came up with this concept of intersectionality. And during that time, Kimberly Crenshaw really looked at social groups, and in particular looked at Black women. And in that, in her research, she was looking at, because Black and being a female could put people at disadvantage. And so that she looked at how there's a cumulative effect of being Black and a woman during that period of time, and it has indeed evolved. And basically, she was sharing with us that certain social groups may experience discrimination or marginalization just simply because of who they are and how they were born. And as we have seen her work progress, many within a lot of professions have, I would say, have embraced this concept of intersectionality. I will say that some within the disability community have embraced it, but may not be using the term in a way that's consistent with Kimberly Crenshaw's work. I think that sometimes people within the disability community are using the term mistakenly for multiple cultural identities. And so what's important to remember about intersectionality is that intersectionality is equated with harm. It is the way in which people are treated in a disparaging way just because of their identities. And so it's really important for us to think about what's the impact of intersectionality on people with disabilities, developmental disabilities, and their families across the life course. And here's another quote from Andy. He's saying, from childhood through adult life, I experienced stereotyping, marginalization, and discrimination because of who I am as a person, because of my identities. So again, in his first quote, he talked about his identities with great pride. And this one, he's saying that his identities, as perceived by others, may cause stereotyping and discrimination. This is another way for us to think about culture. Again, I'm taking you on a deep dive today, really looking at culture. In the middle of this framework that I call a convergence of cultural context, you see child, youth, and adult. This could be child, youth, and adult with a disability. Then we look at the family, and again, we're looking at the cultural context, so that this may be the only person in the family, this child, youth, or adult who has a disability. So that there are many things about their cultural identities that are shared, but that experience of disability is not. Then we look at the child, youth, or adult, and the family within the cultural context of the community in which they live. How is disability understood? What kind of supports are available within the community for that child, youth, or adult? All of this, again, is a cultural context. The next is looking at the social, political, and economic environment, so that that child, youth, and adult, and that family, and the community in which they live, all exist within the social, political, and economic environment. We can think about this clearly based on the pandemic that we've experienced over the last 15 months, so that that environment highly influence what that child, youth, family, community able to do during this period of time. And so again, I want us to think about that in terms of our cultural context and our definition of culture, and that culture changes over time. The outer ring that you see is looking at a range of systems of supports and services that a person with intellectual and developmental disability may need to access. And so if we look at that outer realm, there's a healthcare system, there's the disability services and financing systems, there's the early care and education system, advocacy systems, social systems, transportation systems, legal systems, early intervention systems. And if we think about each of those systems, they each have their own culture. So that means they have their own rules, their own language, their own policies, their own ways of doing business and providing supports. And so if we come back to that child, youth, or adult in their family, say for instance, that child, youth, or adult needs 4 different services. So that child, youth, and adult and their family indeed would be entering 4 different cultural contexts, 4 different systems. So what things may be called in the healthcare system is not what it's called in the education system. It certainly is not what it's called in the legal system or in a social service system, so that the rules are different, how supports are accessed are different. And so I really want us to think about culture, not just from the human being point of view or the family, but to really look at how culture permeates everything that we do, including the systems of supports and services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So this is again a summary slide. So in order for us to really go forward and talk more about cultural competence, we have to have a solid appreciation and understanding for culture, both your own culture and the culture of others. We're going to move on to look at cultural diversity. I'm sharing with you a definition that a colleague, Vivian Jackson, and I have published around understanding cultural diversity. And as we think about cultural diversity, it's used really to describe differences in ethnic or racial classifications or self-identification. This could be tribal, it could be clan, it could be nationality. It also looks at differences in age, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, intellectual abilities, personal appearance, and other factors that really distinguish one group or one individual from another. And again, we're looking at cultural diversity very broadly. And so let's think about who lives in Ohio. I had a chance to look up some of the demographic trends in Ohio, just to get an idea of who lives in the state. I'm going to share that with you right now. As we look at these 2019 census data, we don't yet have the most current census data. It will be emerging sometime in August for many of these categories. And so if we look at, again, Ohio in 2019, most recent data that we have, we can see the populations in racial and ethnic populations within the state. And so I'm not going to repeat all of those to you. You can see these on the screen, but I would like to call your attention to 2 categories. One is some other race. So a full 1% of people who live in Ohio don't identify with the traditional racial and ethnic groups, including Black or African American, white, American Indian or Alaska Native, Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander. They don't feel that those categories describe who they are. And so they don't check that box. And I think that this is something very important to think about in terms of your data collection and other kinds of intake forms where people have to self-identify. The other is 2 or more races, and clearly almost 3% of persons in the state of Ohio self-identify as belonging to 2 or more races. And when you look at the most recent data that's being published from the census and also from other demographers, that individuals who self-identify as being members of two or more racial groups is indeed one of the fastest growing categories of identity in the United States. So again, just want you to take a look at who's living in Ohio. May not be a surprise or anything to you, but it's important that when we think about the life course, that we think about all members of racial, ethnic, and cultural groups within any given state or community. These are some categories in terms of how people may indeed self-identify. Looking at racial and ethnic categorical listings. I'm not going to read all of those. It's just for you to see that we have people who would self-identify as white in some other race. We have people who may identify as Asian in some other race. We have people who self-identify as white and Asian, or Black and African American and Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander. So there are many different categories of how people self-identify by race and ethnicity. I also looked at the languages spoken in Ohio in 2019, and this is for populations 5 years and older. So we see that most people in Ohio speak only English, although there are at least 7% of the population that speak English and also another language. And as we look at those languages and categories, we see 2.3% for people who speak Spanish, 2.6% for individuals who speak Indo-European languages. And I have those listed there for you. 1.2% for Asian and Pacific Island languages, and then 1% for other languages. And this is kind of like a dump category. Like they've dumped all of these languages, including Navajo and other Native American languages, Hebrew, African languages, all of those are put into this one category. And so as we can see, there's a diversity of languages other than English spoken in Ohio. I think as we think about life course and the kind of supports for people with developmental disabilities, that this particular data item is very important. And these are limited English speaking households. And these are households in which no one over age 14 speaks only English and also speaks a non-English language and English very well. That probably could have been stated more simply. I'm quoting this from the US Census. And so again, this is really telling us that there are a number of households in Ohio where there would be considered having limited English proficiency. And as we see this, all households is only 1.5%. However, when we look at it by language categories, that looks very different. So in Spanish-speaking households, almost 18% of the population that are categorized as limited English-speaking households. That is significant. We come down to Asian and Pacific Islanders, 20.9%, almost 21%. And so as we think about how do we support people with intellectual and developmental disabilities across the life course, in addition to culture, we really have to pay attention to language. These are some quick facts about racial and ethnic and language diversity in Ohio that I came across in my research. The most commonly spoken languages other than English and American Sign Language in Ohio, Spanish. And then the other category, Yiddish, Pennsylvania Dutch, or West Germanic languages. And the third highest is Mandarin Chinese, and Chinese, Mandarin, and Cantonese. The other thing that I saw in my research is the most common birthplace for foreign-born Ohio residents in 2019 is India, Mexico, and then China. And then as of 2018, almost 5% of Ohio residents were born outside of the United States. This is lower than the national average, but it's a considerable number of people. My last data categories that I'm sharing with you are data from the US Census 2019 on Ohio disability characteristics. And the Census Bureau collects data on disability in the categories you see to the left. hearing difficulty, vision difficulty, cognitive difficulty, ambulatory difficulty, self-care difficulty, or living independent difficulty. We also had this varies by age and groupings. This is one of the 3 places where we're able to look at disability characteristics based on age, groupings, and also race and ethnicity. And so again, this is what we're seeing in Ohio. Now, not all people falling in this category would have a developmental disability, but since this doesn't collect data by that category, but it does give us a general idea looking at the prevalence of disability in the state of Ohio. And lastly, we would look at disability by poverty status in Ohio, and that is also by age groupings. And so we know that all of these characteristics, all of these demographics are very, very important because they should inform how we deliver services and supports. Other things that we need to pay attention to as we look at life course are cultural factors that influence diversity among individuals and groups. We simply don't have time to go through all of those today, but I will share with you a couple. One is looking at cultural, racial, and ethnic identity. Sometimes people use these terms interchangeably. And I always give the same example of a colleague who's doing training, James Mason, and he was doing some training in cultural and linguistic competence. And as he talked about African Americans in particular, he glanced over at a person that was in the space whom he thought was African American. On break, she came up to him and said, you know, Dr. Mason, I appreciate all the personal attention you've given me today, but I'm Panamanian and I mean it. And he'd made an assumption, just as we talked about that iceberg earlier, that she was Black. In particular, he thought that she was African American just by looking at her. Now, while she indeed was Black, she was from Panama and totally different country of origin, totally different experience overall. And so that we can't always just go by what we may see to think that we know who someone would be. So again, differentiating culture, race, and ethnicity, while they are interrelated, they're not the same. Again, there are many things here as we think about how indeed culture does influence diversity of those categories of people that we talked about before, looking at their overall health, looking at who comprises the family, looking at marital status and social history, looking at acculturation overall. And so as we think about culture, I still want you to really think about it in a way of its depth and its complexity, and that it impacts every aspect of our lives. So we think about external factors in particular. We have to really pay attention to things that may be born on an environment and also relationships between people. As we think of 2020 of being the year of the pandemic, we also had a significant period which continues in our country around racial tension overall. And so that as we think about these factors, they still all play out in what happens day to day. So our second rule is that we have to recognize, respect, and respond to within group differences among all persons with disabilities across the life course and their families, because there will be these within group differences. All right, so now let's explore principles of life course theory, and to be able to look at that through the lens of culture and disability. As I prepared for this, I did a review of literature on life course theory or perspective. And as we looked at this from the health perspective, life course theory looks at a multidisciplinary approach to understanding the mental, physical, and social health of individuals that incorporates both lifespan and life stage concepts. And that helps us to really look at which way their health is going to go. I also looked at the way life course is thought about and written about in social science. And this looks at life course perspective as a way of defining the process of life through the context of culturally defined sequences of age categories. So again, it's not just the age categories, like this is infancy, this is early childhood, this is childhood, this is adolescence. It's looking at it being culturally defined. And these are things that people are normally expected to pass through as they live their lives from birth through old age and end of life. We also see in this literature that life course theory asserts that each stage of life has an influence on the next stage, and that we can't separate each stage of life and those influences from the social, economic, and physical environments in which those individuals and their families live. So again, looking at life course from this perspective. We look at, again, at this literature, Lynn Elder's 5 principles of life course theory, and I look at those that I looked at to share with you what are the cultural implications. So if we look at this lifespan development, this is human development and aging are a lifelong process. And so as we think about that through the lens of culture, there are different expectations for each stage of life and that they're culturally defined. So what one family or community may think is its typical development, and this is what should happen by a particular time, it may vary slightly from another community or cultural group. Agency. This is saying that the person has dominion or self-efficacy over their own lives and that they make their own choices. And again, this is across the board. When we look at that through the lens of cultural implications, we think of self-determination. This is universal in every culture, and the meaning has self-determination. And every culture also has its own meaning about what that is. What does self-determination mean? We look at time and place. A person's life is shaped by when and where they're born and where they lead their life over time. Some people that's in the same area, or other people, there's constant moves. And so the social cultural environments in which we live change over time. And because those things change over time, it also changes the experiences of people. And so again, linking life course theory with cultural implications. Timing. A person is affected by the events that happen during the developmental stages of their lives. So when certain things happen, say for instance, someone may acquire a disability, and so that indeed impacts them at that phase, but also other phases during their life. So that culture influences how life events are perceived and what they mean during different stages of development across the lifespan. And so lastly, we look at linked lives. A person is influenced by the relationships that they have with others. And so as we think about these 5 principles and linked lives, we know that social relationships are culturally defined. And we also know that the concept of independence and interdependence are indeed defined differently across cultural groups. And so again, I want us to really think about these concepts of life course, how life course theory evolved, what this means in the lives of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and what the role of culture is. All right, now we're going to look at cultural competence and to look at the framework and to also really examine what does cultural competence mean as it relates to life course. I'm sharing with you a definition of cultural competence that has been used at the Georgetown University National Center for Cultural Competence for many years. It was created in 1989 by Terry Cross, Barbara Bazeron, Carl Dennis, Marisa Isaacs, and my colleague James Mason, whose name was inadvertently missing from the monograph. Long story, but I always have to give him a shout out because his name wasn't on this seminal piece of work. As we think about cultural competence and we look at cultural competence, it really has to deal with what are our values and what are our principles. And that those values and principles have to be aligned. We can't say our values are one thing, say that our principles are something else, and they aren't aligned in terms of what happens within an organization. And that would be within the organization's policies, their structures, their practices, behaviors of staff, attitudes of staff. So as we think about cultural competence, it really says that we're able to have these values and principles in place and all of these other components that will enable us to work effectively cross-culturally. And I want to bring us back to culture, not race or ethnicity, but culture, that we're able to work effectively cross-culturally. That means with whoever walks in the door, who's on the website, or whose home that we visit, whose employment we're supporting. Those are things that are very important. We look at cultural competence at the individual level. First, we have to acknowledge cultural differences, and we've done some of that today already, just by going through all those things to help us think about culture, the similarities and also the differences. So we need to be able to acknowledge cultural differences. And sometimes, especially given the social political environment that we find ourselves in, some people may feel uncomfortable acknowledging cultural differences. But that is part of our work. Different is not a judgment on anything other than difference. You know, it's not better, it's not worse, it just may be different. Our next one is to look at understanding your own culture. It's hard to talk about understanding the cultures of others, people that you may provide supports and services to, without first also understanding your own culture. That's really very key. The culture from your family of origin, the culture of the discipline that you may have studied, things that you may have studied in college or in other settings, but really understanding your own culture before we're talking about understanding the culture of others. The next is looking at being able to engage in self-assessment. There are many tools, checklists, all kinds of instruments that will help you engage in self-assessment, particularly using the lens of culture. And so you may have an interaction with someone that doesn't go very well at all. And you can come back and really reflect what happened there. Were there cultural barriers? What is it that I need to be able to contemplate? That's at a very basic level. We could also look at responding to checklists and tools. The next is being able to acquire cultural knowledge and skills. And this really tells us that cultural competence is not a workshop. It's not one training. It's not one video. It's not one book. It is something that we should practice over our own life course. And that means that we are acquiring knowledge about people who may be similar to us or different from us. And in our work, we're able to use that knowledge and skills to support people in the most effective way. Lastly, we look at view and behavior within a cultural context. And I think this is so very important, especially within the disability community, that we have some values that we put in place within our disability space. Values of independence, values of, that promote productivity. There's things around self-determination. We have all of these values that are there, and including this value of independence. And so that some individuals from various cultural groups may more value interdependence, if they don't look so much to independence. And so being able for us within disability communities to understand different values and beliefs around how one lives one's life, including independently or interdependently, is very important. When we think about these 5 elements of cultural competence, I share it with you at the individual level. Well, let's see, what does that look like for the organizations that you work for, or for which you may be affiliated, or those organizations for which you're receiving support and services. First is that organizations have to value diversity. They have to understand it. I think it's really very important, whether it's diversity by race or ethnicity, whether it's diversity of thought, whether it's diversity in the way that supports and services are provided. Very, very key and critical. The next is being able to conduct self-assessment. At our center, we've created a number of checklist tools and instruments to actually assess cultural competence within a variety of organizations, including disability organizations. It's really important for organizations to look at themselves to see where their strengths are, and also then to determine what are their areas for growth. The third is we look at the organizational level, is that the organization, program, agency has to be able to manage the dynamics of difference. We as human beings are all different. We all have different wants, needs, desires, and interests. It's important for organizations to be able to understand how those dynamics of difference play out in supports and services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and in particular, what that means across the life course. Our fourth element is that we have to embed cultural knowledge. The original definition and framework used the word institutionalized. We know that that word has particular meaning for people with disabilities and their families. And so I substitute the word embed, but acknowledge the original work of my colleagues. As we look at embed cultural knowledge, that really means that cultural competence within an organization is everyone's responsibility. It can't be left to one person. Say there's one person that runs a committee and seems to have a great interest in this, but suppose that person left Ohio, I don't know, moved to Hawaii. In absence of a way in which the organization or program has begun to ensure that everyone has this cultural knowledge, that there are policies and procedures that are in place, all of the knowledge that that person had and how to work with diverse families walks out the door with them when they move to Hawaii. And so as we think about organizational capacity, there has to be a way in which it's embedded in the values, the policies, the structures and services within that organization and the capacity to adapt. So again, this framework for thinking about cultural competence. Lastly, we know that these elements that I shared have to be at every level of an organization. It has to be policymaking level, the administrative level, the practice or service and supports delivery level, at the person and family level, and at the community level. I will say that we have more that's been published about what to do at the practice and service delivery level. We have less that we know about at the policymaking level and at the administrative level. I do suggest to you, it's difficult to be a culturally competent direct support professional, a culturally competent psychologist, a culturally competent speech and language therapist in an organization that does not support you with policies, procedures, and resources. And so all of these things are connected when we're looking at cultural competence within a system or within an organization. Now, we're going to move quickly to linguistic competence. And why do we have to pay attention to language? And it's because culture and language are linked. They are inseparable. And so that we just can't pay attention to one thing without paying attention to the other. And they are linked. We define linguistic competence as the capacity of an organization and the people who work within that organization to be able to communicate effectively. And this would be basically, as I said before, anyone who walks in the door, so that we need to be able to have information in a manner that's easily understood. And that could include people who have limited English English proficiency. It could include people who may not be literate or that may have low literacy skills. It could include individuals with a broad range of disabilities, and it could include people who are deaf and hard of hearing. So we wanted to look at linguistic competence in a very broad manner and not limit it only to speaking languages other than English. And so we're looking again at whoever walks in the door, that we have the capacity to support that individual in a meaningful and effective manner. We also know that linguistic competence really has to have the capacity to address health literacy and mental health literacy, an area that sometimes for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities is indeed overlooked. And so we have to be able to look at both health literacy and mental health literacy. And lastly, for an organization to move toward cultural competence and linguistic competence in particular, that they have to have policies in place. There would be practices and procedures. So if you're supporting someone, again, that it's not just that you're doing it from your own perspective, but it's something that everyone in the organization has been taught and expected to do as it relates to understanding and responding to culture and also language. So just a few words about the legislative mandates for language access. You probably are all familiar with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Why am I talking about that? Well, this act is important because it basically says we can't discriminate against people based on national origin and other factors. Language is considered a part of national origin. So that means we can't discriminate against people because they are unable to speak English. So who does Title VI protect? It protects everyone, whether it's Ohio, Washington, D.C., or Hawaii, that I indicated. So again, that no person can be discriminated against. And Title VI protects all persons, all colors, races, and national origins. That's the language from that. And it also protects against national origin discrimination, and it's not limited to U.S. citizens. That means that you don't have to be a U.S. citizen in order for this law to apply for you. I think that in some communities and in some neighborhoods and in some counties or regions, people don't have knowledge of this law and what that means to them in terms of services support and developmental and other disabilities. I'm not going to go through these. This is something for your reference when you have copies of these slides. It's basically saying who's responsible and what we have to do to ensure language access for those who have limited English proficiency. This is, again, a resource for you so that you can see what are the federal guidelines for ensuring linguistic competence and language access overall. And I must state that any state that receives federal funds has a responsibility to comply with this law. Again, as we think about people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, they may receive services from any of these organizations and funding that goes to the state level. And this just gives you an idea of how that executive order about supporting people with limited English proficiency is passed down to Department of Human Services, Department of Education, Department of Justice, and Department of Labor, all of which have programs to support people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So let's review Ohio's Charting the Life course. And this is the Life Course Framework. And it helps people and families of all abilities and at any age or stage of life by supporting them to develop a vision for a good life. Think about what they need to know and do to achieve their vision. Identify how to find or develop support so they work toward their vision, and discover what it takes to live the lives that they want to live. And again, I got this from your website, and pretty powerful statement. The Life Course Framework operates under the core belief that all people have the right to live, love, work, play, and pursue their aspirations. So let's take a look at culture and language, because they're often missing pieces that or less emphasizing aspects of the life course framework. So we're going to look at embedding cultural and linguistic competence in the life course framework. Again, to the left in the gray box is what Ohio has that's on their website and so clearly articulates their vision and their approach to life course framework. And so we're going to now look at that and look at what does that mean within the cultural competence framework that I shared with you before. So the first is to acknowledge cultural difference. So develop a vision for a good life. We have to acknowledge that whatever a good life is, we'll have myriad cultural differences across and between groups based on geographic location, based on gender, based on race, ethnicity, based on a whole many factors. So being able to understand, developing a vision for good life would be important. There are also cultures where what's very important for them is living in the present, that they are what you call present-oriented cultures rather than future-oriented cultures, like what we are in the United States, that we always think toward the future. Some folks will have a hard time looking at a vision, coming up with a vision, particularly if their belief system is that we live in the here and now and that we can't go visiting the future overall. So that's something that we should think about. Think about what they need to know and do to achieve their vision. So again, understanding your culture and how you're interacting with another culture as it relates to this whole visioning process. Is it something that is easy to do? Is it something that they're familiar with? Is it something that would be a cultural norm? So understanding you're bringing your own cultural perspective to the table by looking at life course theory and framework, and it may or may not be familiar with all the people that you want to support in the state of Ohio. Again, being able to engage in self-assessment helps us to really understand what are the elements of life course framework and how do they apply to different groups of people. And then as we look at acknowledge, acquire cultural knowledge and skills, it really means that we have to look at the life course framework and think about it in multiple ways that reflect the cultural elements that we've talked about today so far, so that we are taking in that knowledge and saying, this applies to this particular person and this particular family in this way, but it doesn't apply to another group or family over here, and that I have to think about this differently. So again, key and critical. And the last is to view behavior within the cultural context. That really means that we have to look at the different meanings that life course would have for families at different age groups, at different stages overall. And you have to be able to view that through a cultural lens. So we're going to end on a couple of slides here. And this says, as a culturally competent and used-to-say manager, and we got permission to have it as a fill in the blank. I think it really sums up what we've been talking about today, or at least I've been talking about today. And that is, as a culturally competent direct support professional, or others who may be in the field, including those who advocate with and on behalf of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, that you are capable of positively interacting with people who do not look like, communicate like, move like, think like, believe like, act like, love like, live like you. And I, again, think this is so very powerful as a way to help us think about our path towards supporting cultural competence, linguistic competence, and what that means within life course theory. I shared with you some references for you to see that are not cited on individual slides. And that concludes my presentation for you today. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Tora. We really appreciate you being with us today and joining us with this important information to wrap up our 2 days. It just seems to me to be a real culmination of the larger conversation we're having when we're helping people envision their good life to include and talk about this piece. So thank you so much. We actually have had a number of questions come through in the chat box that I want to share with you. First of which, let me see. Hold on, I lost one of them. Here we go. One of our new ambassadors from the Ohio ambassador class asked what suggestions you might have for people and organizations who are not from, she supports Hispanic and Latino families in Southwest Ohio, but is also now an ambassador. And she said, what suggestions might you have for those who are not from a Hispanic Latinx culture to become culturally competent and to use that knowledge to offer a better charting the life course experience?
Okay, thank you for that question. And again, thank you for the opportunity to be with you virtually and in person today. So I think there's not one path for anyone in terms of moving toward cultural competence. And even though I have been in this field like since 1995 or actually before, I feel that I continue to grow. And so I think that you have to look at what is it that you, what are your particular job functions? What is it that you do? And how can you begin to think about the supports you give to people, including looking at the life course through the lens of culture, like we discussed today. There are so many resources that are on our website that I would encourage you to take a look at. It's important to think that life course was created by groups of people, and those groups of people may or may not have thought about life course broadly or through the lens of culture. So I'll give you one thing that you can do, and this is definitely showing my age. So way back in the day, and my son would say way back in the day, Turner sang a song called What's Love Got to Do with It? So as you're engaging in work supporting people using a life course framework, I'm encouraging you to ask the question, what does culture have to do with it? And if you just simply ask that question, I think you will get lots and lots of answers. And also be very observant of what others do that can help you, I'm going to say, just have a different way of perceiving life course through the lens of culture. I'm happy to talk with you offline if that will be helpful. And thank you for your question.
I love that. What does culture have to do with it? It struck me in the conversation as we support individuals across the life course and lifespan, those adults who may not have family. We talk about that a lot. And even in this space of how do we do life course when they don't have the family influence, we don't know that family culture. And there was something you said, and I'm not going to recall specifically what it was, but that role of helping them connect with that, either connecting with their race or their ethnicity, or connecting with their culture, whatever it is, based on their life experiences. And our role as professionals to enrich that connection potentially was just, it just kind of struck me as one of those aha moments that, wow, what a privilege to be in that space. But oh, how do we do that in a way that's informed and just all the other things. So it just struck me there. And when you said that too, what does culture have to do with it? Another quick question that kind of touches on what you talked about a little bit about cultural competency and your experience across time. One of our folks had said, we recently heard an encouragement to shift from cultural competence to cultural responsiveness. Yeah, or cultural humility, that idea that we're never at competency. And what are your thoughts on that?
So I get that question every time I present, and I have presented hundreds of times. And my response is simply the same. First of all, you should know where cultural humility came from. Actually came from actually a colleague and friend, Melanie Turvalon, and her colleague, Jan Garcia. They were in school in California. They were in medical school, and they felt that medical school curriculum did not teach and prepare students to be more humble, meaning that they could learn from the patients that they were providing care to, and to learn about the communities in which they live. So it was a big push to say physicians in particular needed to be humble. I would say that since that time, that the concept of cultural humility and cultural responsiveness, and I usually have a slide that has all of those culturally, I call them the truckload of culturally hyphenated words. And that it has indeed grown and expanded. I also know that there are some people who have an aversion to the term competence. For some reason, they think that competence means that you know everything that you need to know about a given group, a given cultural group, or that that you are how can I say this? All right, I would say that the idea of cultural competence is misunderstood. So if you look at the framework that I shared, it talked about continued growth, which is equivalent to what we say in terms of cultural humility. It talks about being able to do self-assessment. It talks about being able to acquire cultural knowledge. It talks about being able to view people and communities through a cultural lens. And so I'm not going to get stuck on what people call things. I would like to see what their actions are and what the outcomes are. I will tell you that if you look in the literature, and that if you also look at federal rules and regulations, and also those that have been implemented in states, I asked the question, how would you measure the effectiveness of cultural humility outside of it being at an individual level? And we look at cultural competence not just at an individual level, but at a systems level, including policy and practice. So I'm comfortable with using the term cultural competence. I've been using it for many years. I know what it means. And I support others to call things whatever they want to call them, but they need to be clearly defined and differentiated.
Thank you, especially in this space. So this is great. I do have a few more questions, but I know that we are a little over on time, and we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to go to the after parties. Tuara is going to have an after party. So if your question didn't get asked, please make sure that you jump into that space too and ask her specifically and engage in that conversation space there. We're getting to wrap things up. I cannot thank everyone enough for your participation. We have learned as Project Lead partners so much from all of you over the last 2 days. You've challenged us to think harder and differently and to go deeper. So I'm really excited what is just going to come out of that team moving forward. If there's anybody else from the Project Lead partners that want to turn their cameras on real quick and say a thank you or wrap up anything, I would definitely appreciate that. Don't forget to do your evaluations, etc. Moving forward. I know Tracy's been answering questions about CEUs. So we're going to jump into the other space if nobody turns their cameras on, and assume we're ready to go to the after party. So thanks so much.